It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is an exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards...
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
So have I.
Hello and welcome to the 6th round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm delighted to be joined by the 8-time Russian champion, Peter Svidler. Check out his OnlyFans, Peter Svidler, at OnlyFans. Is that it? OnlyFans.com/Pulberta?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
We are, of course, here to watch the top games of today's round. And the gloves are off. The favorites start facing each other on the top board. We have your former boss, your friend, 21-year-old Kirill Alexeyenko, facing Murali Kartikeyan, who's won all his
both of them, yeah, are on 5 out of 5. Both of them won with black yesterday. So yeah, having a very good tournament. Very nice to see Kirill playing well here, even though, of course, he generally is very sharply critical of his own play, and he wasn't too happy about the weird miscalculation he made in his game yesterday, but it wasn't punished, and at least if it doesn't result in a loss, you can maybe make easier peace with it.
You can still be self-critical, but it does wonders for your mood to win.
Absolutely, yeah. Today, it's with only one game really for our extremely exciting over-under competition about how many people will be on 100% in the next round. There are only 2 options here. Are you taking 0 or 1?
I'll take 1.
Which of the ones are you taking?
I'm not. That's not part of the game. Someone's gonna win this.
Okay, yeah, fair. It wasn't part of the game previously, so yeah, let's not.
I don't know what the math
overextend
would
ourselves.
be. Okay, Kirill is a slight rating favorite, 50 points higher. I'm not sure what the typical distribution would be here. Like, I don't know, 35% white wins, 40% draws, something like that. I'm not sure.
That would leave 25 for black. That seems a bit high. But
Maybe,
then again,
maybe
they did both
40,
win.
40-20, yeah.
Yeah, they did both win with black yesterday, and they weren't playing poor players either. So, yeah, I would something like that. The rating split suggests an expected score of about 0.55, but that is kind of not very informative because it's the split within the 3 results is more interesting but much harder to define, I think.
It also depends on style and so on, but I would say that, yeah, it's about 50-50 between a draw and either side winning.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they approach the opening in this game, because I think with Kirill, I think his approach to this tournament is pretty well defined. I think he is trying to sort of play sharp before winning every single game. For Murali, with the black pieces today, I think he'd be probably okay with the draw. Both.
It's also the first time he's facing someone higher rated in this tournament, so it's hard to say. In general, I think people just play their openings, and of course, yeah, Kirill, he's been dabbling with trying to make it sharper with black. But if you're black against a high rated player, you just play whatever is your main repertoire against him. So
yeah, I think it's the ball is very much in Kirill's court today in terms of like, is he going to absolutely try to avoid mainline theory, try to get something sharp and unclear on the board and play, or whether he will be also okay with some kind of a test where maybe the precise answer, if it gets produced, just equalizes, but why not ask the
precise answer if it's produced equalizes in every single line? But Kirill is not the type who will go for something super forcing, and then if it's a draw, right?
Normally not.
It's Italians try to keep some play.
Yeah, his general approach is different. Yeah, we'll see. On board 2, we have Hans Niemann playing white against Manuel Petrosian. We have, I believe, 5 people on 4.5 out of 5. So that's 1 pairing on 4.5 out of 5. Karen Grigoryan is playing white against Demchenko. And I think Iltaj Safarli actually got downfloated to play against Yuangi, which is what happens when you have an odd number of people on a lot of points. They do get paired up with the strongest of the players below them. Some very, very strong pairings already. And I think this will, from today, we will have pairings like this every round on the top boards. It will,
Yeah, straight up 2600 plus clashes on the first 4 boards.
Mhm.
If you're only watching super tournaments, that might seem low, but for an open, that's pretty serious.
Yeah, this is a very solid field and at the top, and these are very, very nice games to watch. Further down, we have also a number of interesting pairings. Jordan is playing against a player, Qin Yao, who I don't know very much about, I have to say. Is a player I have not.
Let's quiz you. Which country is he from?
Good question. I can click, but
No, I know that.
Indonesia?
No.
No, that clearly isn't Indonesia. Yeah, let me actually click.
No, he's from Singapore.
That's what was my first idea, and then I thought first idea is never correct there.
He's 22, became a GM recently, but he's been around. I think played for Singapore in Chess Olympiads, way down the stretch. And yeah, looks like he made a jump recently, but other than that, I can't tell you that much either. Seems like a young, strong grandmaster, but you could say that about 95% of the people on the top boards. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Board 6, we have Jules Moussard playing against Frederick Svane. Also, very interesting pairing. Jules won a very peculiar pawn ending yesterday, which we discussed with him a little bit after the round was finished. And unsurprisingly, because it also sort of looked like that to me when that ending appeared, he thought he was just winning from start to finish there, when in fact, with precise defense, Black were supposed to hold, but precise defense in pawn endings like that is never really very easy, and he did win quite comfortably in the end. Board 7 is Yasipenko with white against Kalyan Arjun, another, I assume, young Indian player who I don't know a great deal about. Let me just briefly try to figure something out here. 20 years of age, rated 2505, so probably not at the forefront of the race, because the Indian youngsters these days are
shots fired.
Absolutely, yeah, horrible.
Svidler saying you're 20 and only 2500.
In India, in particular, you are somewhat lagging behind the people leading the race. Yes,
you're also ahead of many of.
Oh yeah, people. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously he's a very strong player. He's on 4 out of 5 here, doing very well, and yeah, this is I mean, if you want to insist on firing shots here, then maybe yes. But all I'm saying is that the new wave of Indian players is so impressive that this kind of an achievement by 20 is less impressive than some of the other guys they have. But yeah, obviously a strong player. An all-Ukrainian clash on board 8. Andrei Sumets playing against Anton Korobov. And further down the road, some very interesting pairings as well. There's a large group of people on 4 out of 5, and plenty to watch there.
Some very solid rating out of the pairings. Where shall we go? Let's jump to the top board, where we get another Rossolimo. People are tired of the Sveshnikov. It seems very hard to get anywhere. I'm not sure this was happening, but I think it's the main driver of the Rossolimo that Sveshnikov is in great shape. And also Bishop b5 seems pretty good. We've seen people do all kinds of things. g6 is no longer the quote-unquote easy equalizer. It used to be. White has many different tries there.
Yeah, it was also like a massive statistical favorite in terms of what you were expected to face after Bishop b5. Let's say 20 years ago, you would I don't know, 80% of the games you played after Bishop b5 were g6, maybe even higher. So now I think it's very, very evenly split between things. e6 is popular, e5 has become a somewhat serious move. g6, of course, still is something that people do quite often.
e6 plate, and it looks like they're pretty much taking here, because the other old main lines.
Actually, not exactly right, because one thing still survives survives is not the right way to describe it because it's somewhat newfangled. Castles knight g7 d4 is something that they're doing somewhat seriously now.
That's a bit of a thing.
Yeah. Apart from that, I think castles knight g7 more or less entirely disappeared. But d4, which I remember when I saw it first played by a strong player, I thought, this can't possibly be right because, like, why are we giving black a perfectly normal, I don't know, let's call it a Taimanov. And we put our bishop on d5 here for no reason whatsoever, which will, we will inevitably have to lose some tempi bringing it back because it will get chased away. And a6 is not something black hates to play in a Taimanov. But yeah, somehow this is quite serious, and I've done this myself. I've had it done against me. This exists.
In the game, he took on c6 and d3. We've seen a bunch of d3s here. Recently, queen c7, castles knight e7.
I'm a bit surprised by rook e1, I will say, even though it appears to be somewhat unsurprisingly the first machine choice. And Kirill he does work on chess, and if he plays something like rook e1 here quickly, he is not doing that just because it's a move. Why not make a move? But
not that much into the 70s here. Black started with queen c7. We've seen white do a bunch of knight bd2 without castles, but I guess queen c7, he's saying, I will go e5, and you're not getting any of this e5 business. So white tries to keep some.
No, but that's exactly the same argument in the game. And in fact, I'm very curious what will happen now because morally, after rook e1 in particular, feels now I am playing
c3 right and d4. We haven't committed the knight, I guess.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do with white is preserve the option of going knight c3 in, later. Yeah, just this idea. Yeah, maybe. Apart from c3, really not. And the reason I was so surprised by rook e1 is that one of the ways they sometimes, or maybe even reasonably often, try to meet the 6e5 is by immediately moving the knight away from, in particular, like a move like knight h4, trying to follow it up with f2, f4 once the pawn appears on e5, and rook e1 would be kind of going in the wrong direction for those plans. But yeah, if you're intending to follow it up with c3 and d4, it makes a lot more sense. C3 played. So how do we react to this with black? Yeah, let's say this is more or less automatic, and
something like this. Pawns are a bit ugly, but black has bishops. I don't think black is in time to liquidate.
This doesn't really look very good. Yeah,
or we take, but it feels very, very dangerous.
Yeah, even if you did have time to play bishop e7 and long and short castles here, I'm not sure you're entirely equal, but you also are struggling to even finish developments here. This doesn't look very attractive.
You could take once and I'll play d6. This might be possible.
But honestly, I like your first idea better. Yeah. I think of the two somewhat unpleasant pawn structures you've put on the board, I am more in favor of the seemingly the uglier one, but the one that restricts white's play more. d6 here takes, and we want to play like bishop e7, maybe even knight of 86 before castling, but I don't know if we absolutely need that. Just to kind of shore up the pawn on c5, make it harder for white to create significant threats against it. Having said that, e6 is just such a good square for the bishop on c8 as well. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. And there's a pause anyway after c3. So
Hans is playing the rook e1 Berlin. It's time for your speech about how drawsh it is, and they should play something keeping some more pieces because it's high rated.
Yes, that's the speech. You've done this admirably. I have nothing to add. Yeah, I have already been proven entirely wrong in this tournament when I think it was Puranik, right, or maybe Morley himself. One of the Indians won like a 25 move game in the somewhat offbeat subline of this after
the queen got stuck on e2.
Yeah, that game. Where after 95 bishop e7 he went bishop d3 instead of the much more frequent bishop f1, and yeah, they had a sharpish position out of the opening, which the engine continued insisting was completely fine for black almost until the end of the game, but that is kind of irrelevant because you still have to play it.
Hans has experimented with a4 here, I think, against Levon maybe, and Levon went a6, which was not what you're supposed to do, because that inclusion favors white. But I think if you ignore it, then a4 is not that dangerous a move. So
there's some reasonably heavy theory there, right? Like knight c3 and then d4, and they return that pawn, and you're supposed to be completely fine, but sometimes it appears that they don't actually equalize all that comfortably. I think people play e5, e4 here more often than they take on b4. Like takes, rook e4, d5, rook e1. It doesn't look like very much, but on the other hand, you are definitely a little bit worse here with knight on c6. Not that comfortably placed. Shouldn't be very much, but I mean, nothing is very much, so you might as well play this, I guess.
I'd be surprised if you repeat this. Yeah, he goes knight takes e5, e7. Usually people play bishop f1. And we get the typical playing for nuances, but it's black who has to defend carefully for quite a while.
Yep.
In Grigoryan Demchenko, we have an English opening. Demchenko, he's not a mainstream theoretician, right? He goes more for fighting setups.
Yeah,
maybe that's because he's
playing
opens, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't say I know very much about his stylistic preferences, but it sounds right. I think from what we've seen even in this tournament, it sounds pretty much correct.
The setup I first saw when Paco Vallejo started playing it, and his point was you wait for 92
and then you go
h5.
Yeah.
But the problem was if white doesn't oblige and puts the knight on f3, it's not obvious to me that a6, knight c6, bishop a7 was the first order of business, and I didn't really understand what black wanted here.
Well, d4 does actually provide you with something of a justification for putting the bishop on a7, because you can try putting pressure on that pawn. I guess you go knight g7 castles, maybe you play f5 if white continues not doing anything about it, but if you are met with d4, you can sometimes take and play bishop g4 and pretend we have pressure against the white center.
Yeah, we don't have to go d4. So go rook b1, b4, like, no, it doesn't strike me as the most harmonious setup if we don't get this h5. But many English players, they don't like putting this knight on f3 because this setup is also so conditioned into us in our close to syllabus.
Yeah, but we have already somewhat deviated from it because Karen Grigoryan doesn't even go e3. Yeah. I'm not sure why he chose to commit to h3 this early. Doesn't seem like the most necessary move in the world.
No.
Yeah, seems playable for black. It seems just like a game of chess. There won't be too much theoretical competition here. In Yuan Gi versus Eltaj Safarli, you want to give a speech about c6 or?
No, not particularly. That's the main line, and more or less what made this line disappear from white's perspective. So let's see what Yu Yangyi has up his sleeve. He went queen a4, point being that queen c2 allows b5 and all these trendy lines, a4, b4, or bishop b7, which Yu Yangyi wanted to avoid. But the price you pay is that after queen c2, a6, usually white, trying to get something, plays a4. Well, after queen a4, a6, you clearly don't have that option anymore.
Yeah, so you're looking yourself into these lines of the Catalan, which are currently, in my understanding, supposed to be very, very safe. But interesting, Eltaj decides not to go for what I somehow these days expect every single Catalan game to feature c6 and then bishop g6. But Eltaj goes for knight c6, bishop b3, and rook c8. So knight c6 here, bishop b3 and rook c8, which I don't think I've seen very much at all. Seems like a very straightforward idea of just trying to capture the pawn on d4, to which I assume white has a number of playable replies, like the most naive one, I mean, if that's the word to use, would be the rook d1. You can also go knight bd2, but if you play knight bd2, the bishop, I think, very happily goes back to d5, and you deprive yourself of the opportunity of playing knight c3, which would actually drive the bishop away from the long diagonal, which is something that I guess you would want. Yeah, all of this being played quite quickly, so you would assume that They're probably both still in book.
No.
Yeah, knight d2 played. Bishop d5 probably gets blitzed out in response. And then, yeah, this bishop on e3 is a bit awkward, right? You would maybe like to go bishop g5, bishop takes f6, but black is probably prepared to go knight takes d4 in response, right? Maybe even immediately. Knight d4, bishop g2. And the question is, can we take on e6? And if we do take on e6, how are we doing? d5, knight f3. We haven't actually lost it in any material, but
Are you happy?
no, not very.
Black seems to have a good setup here.
Yeah. So then it means that after bishop d5, you're somewhat stuck with this weird-looking bishop on e3, which you don't entirely know where to put. Slow-ish, I assume.
Yeah, black is also not much closer to preparing c5 though. Could move the knight, but there's
or
no
e5, yeah.
So that plays and move. I'm not sure what black is doing, but I guess Tash will show us.
Yeah. On board 7, Jordan has done something very, very old school in the Grunfeld against the Hungarian variation, which is the 5 queen b3 line.
Oh, what's this called? The Smyslov line?
Yeah, I think if it's not, it should be, but I think it is called that. Yeah, bishop g4 is a very normal looking move. You know, you're challenging the knight on f3. You do want to try and play against the white center, but white is reasonably well equipped to deal with it by playing bishop b3 and rook d1, sometimes even bishop b3 and long castles, but normally rook d1. And yeah, this isn't supposed to be very good anymore. Like it's never entirely unplayable, but it really has gone out of fashion. And yeah, it's curious to see what Jordan has here. I think this was debated in, for instance, the 87 match between Karpov and Kasparov. So it was topical then, but it hasn't really been very topical since.
Yeah, sometimes people do it. The computer usually gives white a bit of an edge against all the normal moves here, knight c6, knight b6, and so on. So it hasn't become the straight equalizer that you're trying to get, in particular with this trendy knight c6, c5 stuff, but also in the a6, b5 lines. But Jordan's looking for a fighting game, I guess.
Yeah.
Stuff, trying to surprise the opponent a bit.
Yeah, and I think because it's really not very fashionable anymore, you do have a much higher probability of your opponent starting to think somewhere around here, because yeah, bishop b3 and rook d1 do come sort of automatically, because you do need to support the pawn on d4 against the potential pressure. But then you have to start thinking, yeah, bishop b2 looks the most obvious, but there will be other options available as well. Yeah,
I'm not sure, but Jordan will have put some thought into this black process to be very careful. You set a foot wrong here, you can just get blown off the board. But
yeah, this type of position, if you don't have a good reply to f4, you just get completely destroyed, because you know the pawns get to f4 and e5, and you never have any squares for anything. The bishop on g7 is locked out. You either get destroyed in the center or just get mated by h4, h5, h6, g, and the king is very, very safe on e1. In this particular position, supposedly you can play queen h4 because the engine says queen h4 and black is completely fine, which I assume means that after queen h4 and f4 you have knight g4 and it all somehow works out tactically.
Yeah, it just shows it as an example. I'm not saying it's bad. Here
h3, I don't like. I understand wanting to just define everything, but I think when Jordan sees h3, he will already feel somewhat happier. It's not a bad move, but black often takes on f3 anyway. Like you very often you don't have to sort of force black to do it. Black does it of their own accord. So
it covers the g4 square. So maybe his point is just that here now he can take
and go back to e2,
go back,
and then f4. Yeah,
this could still be ugly actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is still a very threatening setup. Yeah, as I said, like I don't think h3 is a poor choice necessarily, but maybe there are some more critical ways to play this.
Yeah, we'll see what your chooses. Interesting battle here. Jules against Svidler is one of these modern, or I'm not sure if modern, this is probably played plenty in the 1800s, but it became fashionable again.
Yeah.
Italians were, yeah, we've talked about this. White waits for h6, then goes bishop e3, and here he also waited for a6, I think, because recently there's been a bunch of bishop b6s where black has looked very solid, but here's point is after d6. He will go knight a4, so he played h3, and if you go a6, as he did, now we go bishop e3, and this bishop b6 is no longer there, and these structures, they're a little iffy with the pawn on h6. Not exactly lost either. Computer says you can take into this.
Yeah, and the current position is somewhat curious because black took on e3 after Kattels. Frederick did.
White refused to take here. Which is also curious, but yeah. He went for this on bishop e6, same thing I just mentioned. B3.
Yeah, b3 is something they do more and more, and in more and more positions. Yeah, just saying, I do not want a symmetrical structure, and if you want the bishops off the board, please improve my center to a very, very impressive 5-pawn fist there that will support all kinds of things and also will deprive you of a lot of pawn breaks because of just how well we control everything with this. Yeah.
5-pawn fist. Didn't know that structure existed, but this looks pretty bad. So we can't take. And it's somewhat awkward to meet this dynamic because usually you play bishop e6 and you expect white either to take or to go away. So they just say no.
Well, the interesting bit about this is that I think at first glance it's very easy to assume that you just play d6, d5 here and you're fine.
Yeah,
but after takes, and white goes like queen d2 or queen e1. Yeah, choose a square. I don't know which one. Like sometimes e1 is good, because you might want that queen eventually or somewhere around g3, but queen d2, as Jan is indicating, it connects rooks, which is also a useful thing. It doesn't look like much, but it also, if you kind of try to shuffle here and just establish a very easy equality, you will, I think, often come to the realization that equality, if available, is at least not easy. Because white has the rook on f1 on a semi-open file. White eventually might start doing something on the king side, and it's not that obvious how black is supposed to set up their pieces, which trades are good, and so. In view of all that, Frederick makes a move which I think the engine also likes quite a bit, which is knight a5,
begging white to take here.
Yeah, basically giving up 2 tempi just to force that symmetrical structure, or to take on c4, I guess. I mean, I'm assuming we're not playing knight a5 to not take on c4 if white ignores it. That would be a bit weird.
And we are. Well, yeah. How clear is this here? We need to get stuff, but we're in time here with this knight not on c6. It's much more realistic to manufacture some break.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This would be. Yeah, this is a strange structure. I don't really have any opinion on, because I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before, in particular with a knight taking on c4. Yeah, Machine says this is fine for black, but yeah, I wouldn't at all be certain with, frankly, either side if I'm doing all that well. Like a5 exists, c5 exists, even if you maybe wanted to try something like this.
I'm not sure. No, c6 was foreseeable. a5, maybe knight d7 to hint at f5. But yeah, weird structure.
Yeah, very unusual.
What else do we have? Any action on the top boards? It's not the definition of action. No, recently they've dabbled in like all different versions of this. Pawn sacrifice, knight c3, bishop f4 takes. Hans just plays the mainstream line, c3. And here, well,
there are basically like 2 classes of games in this position, right? One is the
free-range draws, quick draws where both sides are happy, and 3 sides where white is saying, I don't have anything better. I'll play this. My computer says 0-20. Make some precise moves, sir.
Yeah. And knowing Hans, you would assume today is the second type of a game.
Yeah, third. I mean, he's trying to win.
Yeah. But it is still, you have to say, a very kind of a, Scandinavian minimalist approach to.
Yeah, in particular after c3, getting more on board with your reasoning, because there are some sharp tries here as well.
Yeah, but they do often against a well-prepared opponent result in some kind of a position by move 25, which looks like an absolute mess, but is in fact a forced draw.
Unlike other sharp tries in other positions. Sharp tries often only draw against well-prepared opponents.
The fullest of fate. That's what we're here for.
Very much so.
Yeah, and this one actually progressed very much along the ways that we were expecting. Black chose to play first d6 and then knight g6, but it doesn't really make much of a difference. And Kirill quite happily, I assume, took on c5, put the knight on c4. I guess what you want is some kind of a setup where you go bishop b3, knight fg2, queen a4, queen a5. I don't know about queen a5. Do we want endgames?
I'm fine with endgames.
Yeah, I think we probably don't mind endgames because your pens will be sort of freer to try and play against the weaknesses on the queen side. But the bishop pair is nothing obviously here.
This is a proper bishop. Still choose white.
Yeah, I mean, hard to imagine this not being at least a little bit pleasant for white, but honestly, you know, the vibe you get from looking at positions like this is that it's really is not very much, because active piece play counts for quite a lot.
Yeah, I guess if we go too far away on the queen side at some point, like we'll start thinking about f5, which of course structurally leads to more weaknesses. There's a king here.
Yeah, but yeah, in particular, if you completely vacate the king side with your pieces, you go like knight fg2 and queen a4, and you start inviting some knight h4 or 5 count play in some order.
Yeah. I don't know. I still like white's position, but it's not positionally winning or anything.
No.
Just to convert your advantage.
No, not at all. And in fact, like having let the engine run here a little bit and just gives zeros and says, we have plenty of counterplay, and the pawn on c5 is very, very far away from even being attacked properly.
No, and Kartikeyan clearly not particularly surprised by this turn of events either. He spent 6 minutes, went for this very deliberately, and he will know what he's doing.
Certainly.
Yeah. Rook d1 played in Yu Youngi Safarli. Let's see what Safarli's point is. Here just goes h6.
h6 is interesting, but also the engine somewhat surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly, goes knight g4. I think with the intention of meeting bishop f4 with g5. And maybe bishop f4 isn't even the best move. Yeah.
How is this equalizing? What if white stabilizes? He's just better, but yeah, computer, it's doing some direct stuff. Knight b4, bishop d2, c5.
Yeah,
it's a deceptively sharp position, actually. So I think if you allow white to, I don't know, make some useful moves, it can be much worse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the knight on c6 needs to be justified somehow. This is really not how you would like your pieces positioned in these lines, because your counterplay is almost exclusively connected with the c5 break. Sometimes e5, but mainly you just want to push c5 and equalize that way. And it's going to be challenging with the knight on c6.
Any other fun positions as we scroll down? Gwen Jones is hanging in there, playing goofy systems.
Yeah. This has become sort of less goofy in recent times, and very strong players have been doing this somewhat seriously. So you kind of have to assume this is something you're expected to have an opinion on with black.
Black is fine, in my opinion.
Still feels completely fine, yeah. And the one thing that you realize when you watch strong players play this from the black side is that you are perfectly fine in most cases about a5, b5, ab6, queen takes b6, which seems to generate this weakness on the a file, which, you know, is supposed to maybe give white a structural advantage for the rest of the game. But you just have an open b file for your rooks. you provoke b3, you eventually push a5, a4, or white spends the entirety of the game trying not to, and protecting the pawn on b2 in all kinds of uncomfortable, awkward ways.
Doesn't look like very much, but we'll see where it goes. Just beginning.
Yeah, very sharp. Very sharp Sozin in yet another all-Indian clash. Aryan Chopra on the white side against Aditya Samant. Looks like this is not going right for white, but maybe I just
can't do this. Like bishop c4, long castles. Get black played somewhat slowly.
Yeah, bishop d7 is
apparently it's a thing.
Yeah.
I'm aware of this.
Yeah, and these are kind of very strange positions where the knight on a4, like if black actually manages to attack it with one more piece somehow, it will not have very many squares to go to. But organizing the way to attack it might be quite the challenge here.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like the most aesthetically pleasing move. You run into some turbulence.
And now, you suddenly you have won a piece, but you are probably not going to enjoy the resulting positions very much because your collection of pieces is very, very unimpressive. Yeah, this is quite a high stakes approach. Whenever in the Sozin you feel obliged to reply with b4 to b4 with knight a4, you do know that you'll have to play quite quickly from that moment onwards because that is not a very beautiful piece. But black is also playing very, very slowly everywhere else.
Yeah, and I guess black shouldn't play knight b7. Looks highly artificial as well.
Yeah.
I'll go here, white goes here.
We'll probably actually allow in g5, because h6, h4 only seems to make white easier. And then, we get these kind of strange positions where it seems like white is achieving something, but there is also this problem of the bishop b3 and knight a4 group of pieces, which isn't really doing very much.
Yeah, just a sharp fighting Sicilian position.
Yeah,
anything could happen.
Yeah, on the neighboring board, yet another Indian clash is very, very different in spirit. Where
this I like.
Yeah, also a Sicilian position, but you won't
less sharp.
Yeah, you won't describe it as very sharp and double-edged.
Okay, this is our theory. Black's supposed to equalize here. I think even knight d5 directly was a viable approach, accepting these weakened pawns, but getting very fluid piece play. I think this was supposed to be fine, but Puranik took, which I'm sure is also fine. I just never wanted this. It seems so
bishop d3,
queen c2, white to play. Your pieces somewhere, rooks to the middle. And you see if you get somewhere on the king side.
You can also just castle queen side and try for something very direct. And it starts looking like a pretty decent Rubinstein for white.
Yeah,
like it no longer looks like a Sicilian. It looks like a d4 French in which you generally need to be quite quick with black, or you run into significant trouble.
Yeah, not sure about this, but I remember when I was looking at this, I was guarding this work or play something else.
Yep.
All right. Adiban, it's positional Adiban. But he plays this with black deliberately. This is just bad. Or just bad is maybe strong, but
yeah,
white is better here. This we were raised on.
Yeah, it's a somewhat strange decisions. Yeah, because of just how unfun it is. Like it's very possible to hold these types of positions, but you are probably not going to enjoy a single moment.
No, the first side doesn't look so bad for black. Like you have the dark squares, you get rid of this dumb bishop. But as in all the old textbooks, like any sort of slow play, bishop d2, g3, king g2, rerouting this bishop here, h4, f4. And the bishops are a factor. Sometimes black tries to play f5 contained, then we can prepare g4 for 1,000 moves. Black will never really get a6, b5 and pressure. We can even go a4, and very often they do. So yeah, I was always thrilled to get this with white and would never do it with black.
Yeah, and also, even let's say if you imagine all the heavy pieces disappearing off the board, those endgames are also very often just they get lost.
And also this is, I guess we read similar books. This is well covered, all these classic endgames by Fortish, Ullmann and so on, which you get from There is openings, but
Yeah.
the structure with these bishops.
And there's a very sharp and very heavily theoretical neither of any game between Kollars and Alexis Tehei.
Well, this is all theory, no? This is like every other linear Dominguez
Mhm.
game reaches this position.
Yeah, this is linear versus MBL number 23 this
exactly.
year. In fact, we could even maybe try and figure out what the novelty is. It's probably somewhere around move 23.
I've been doing plenty.
Yeah, I actually covered all of those games live as they were happening, and I still can't remember the move orders. It's just like it's too difficult. Yeah, shame. Yeah, definitely up to Queen E4, G6, and Bishop C2. This is still the Dominguez Šarić and Dominguez MVL all reached this position. This is Dominguez Šarić is actually from this year. I assume it's the Zagreb Rapid and Blitz. Yeah. Queen E8 is still following the Šarić game. Queen E8, Rook D1, Rook C7, H5, D5, Queen E5. We actually are all still absolutely following that. That ended in a draw. Šarić played Queen C6 here, and the game continued. HG, FG, Rook H7, King H7, Bishop A4 for some reason.
Yeah, there were some only moves Black had to make, but it was a draw and White can choose. One Rook H6 or Rook H7.
Queen 6 is strictly the only move that doesn't lose, but also it kind of looks like the only move you can make because HG, FG, Bishop takes G6 is now a massive threat. So you kind of feel obliged to do that. It's a bit of an assuming this is not winning, because if it was winning, you would guess Linear would have won that game because he generally, Linear generally has 27 minutes by this point when he gets to this position. So assuming this is a theoretical draw, it's a bit of an interesting choice for Dmitry to be using against a 2400 player today.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe didn't expect this this line, and he had this memory test lined up. He knows a lot of theory, and sometimes he plays very direct lines, putting you to the test, especially lower rated players that you can reproduce it all, or you have some question here. You play Rook H6 and you say, okay, still 0-0. Please show me how, sir. But yeah, it's an approach thing, of course.
Yeah.
It does hold as Linear's games have taught us. There we see Yesipenko walking through the frame and Eltash Safarli checking his pockets. Did he make a move too?
Unclear. We also appear to have some weird camera issue.
No.
Look at us.
There's a ghost. There's a ghost sitting between us.
Yes.
Huh.
It is.
This is scary stuff.
Very unusual. Oh, and it's gone.
Ghost.
And
Ghost
it's
left.
gone.
Is it really gone?
You never know. You never know. You have to watch out for other signs of paranormal activity around us.
Do you believe in ghosts, Peter? Spirits?
Do I believe in ghosts after love? No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay. I do.
Well, someone has to. And in our relationship, this responsibility falls on your shoulders.
All right. H3 played by Yu Yangyi. That's a strange move. He wants to stop knight g4, but I will criticize harshly. His computer says it's not good. Eltash goes a5, another move that wouldn't have been very high on my list of predictions. What are they doing?
Yeah, they're making somewhat random looking moves, and
maybe it's a neutral waiting game, but so h6 we understand he's trying to stop bishop g5. Didn't want the direct knight g4. h3 is obviously meant to stop knight g4, but did you have to do that? No.
It's very
here. The computer endorses bishop d6 followed by queen e7, saying c5 is going to be tough. But for e5 now.
That's
looks very, very sensible, actually.
Another plan that we were mentioning. Yeah, I was in particular once white kind of seems to waste I mean, maybe it's a bit of a strong word, but h3 did not really feel that necessary. I guess Gyeonggi didn't even want to calculate all of those 94 lines that do pop up every now and again, but they didn't seem to be very convinced. So, yeah, a5 also doesn't look like it's, first order of business, to be honest.
It's a bit odd because if we're going for c5, then we maybe just weaken our construction here. And yeah, obviously it's not preparing a5.
Yeah.
It's all fine. Maybe he knows what he's doing and just wants to grab some space here. But
is knight b3 ever a move?
I always consider it.
Yeah, but like then
h3.
No, but even let's say in the current position. Yeah. I mean, h3 has been played. We don't know why it's been played, but it's on the board now. Can we go knight b3 here? Yeah, so this appears to maybe be
bad.
Some kind of
This is the problem apparently, knight b4.
Yeah, I thought I could take on a5, but I guess we run into some sort of c5 problems, yeah.
Computers are too good at chess.
Yeah,
well, this is not particularly surprising.
This is workable. It's possible to work out. So knight b3, knight b4 appears to be very uncomfortable because knight takes a2 is just a very strong threat, and knight e5 just wouldn't be very high on my list. But then again,
like your list.
Well, knight b3 was part of it, but if not, then yeah, I don't know. It just felt to me that knight e5. Yeah, I think I just miscalculated. I thought black has but there's just no way to get there.
No, so white has to make a move. It's very hard to think of constructive things to do. No, like if knight b3, we get a4. And yeah, if we made any progress, starting to have more sympathy for this a5 move. And c3 looks very random as well. Yeah, here takes.
Yeah, we take on c6, I think, no? Actually, it likes this. Yeah, I thought this was completely fine, but maybe I just completely misunderstood what this is.
Now we press.
Okay.
Let's say it goes very complex position. All these old school Catalans. That's why and I guess many people like this move c6, because even the other lines normally they're supposed to be equal, but you need to make so many weird non-standard decisions all the time. Well, c6 really is fairly straightforward. It looks strange, but you're stopping bishop a5, which is the big point. But here, this is surprisingly unpleasant. And then you want to go knight b7, rook c8, c5. The tactics seem to work reasonably well. Here, I guess we can grab the pawn.
Yeah, there was a recent game that was in the I think we were even covering it together, but I can't figure out. Was it in the very prestigious Mr. Doji invitation or the Queenie 192 idea? But yeah, obviously, it's possible to deal with that if you.
I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, that was.
Shutting me down, left and right. This looks very pleasant for white now.
This is the dream, and this is what I said. Okay, when I7, why I expressed some skepticism in this setup as a whole. Now c6 is a bit weird, and then if you move it away, you get this d4. You don't get your h5, h4 business. Just have bad structure. Not too sure about knight e7 here. But...
Yeah, it probably wasn't entirely forced. Yeah, you could definitely make an argument that even, let's say, if you included castles first, and after castle, let's say, even if we go knight e7 here, I think this is already an improvement because after d4, maybe I can play knight g6. And I'm going to be less unhappy about d5 because I will not have to take on g8 with a king.
It's always suffering. It's
still not great. Yeah.
Still an idiot. And my pieces flow so easily.
Yeah.
No, Demchenko. Gonna have a rough time here.
Yeah, I think he's overdoing the let's play something, quote unquote quirky and not study any theory today in particular. Sometimes
also
it works
the
out.
quirky approach. That's why we're such big fans. It probably gets him lots of wins. Early on, but of course, the stronger the opponents get, then sometimes it can also become a liability, in particular with black, where it's not so easy to get out of the opening with a good position. Having said all that, in Demchenko we trust. Yeah, Anton Niemann went for this A4, which, like I mentioned, this is if they're trying to play for a win. This is the move you see nowadays. I think mainly because engines are saying A4 030 and other moves 015, and engines love going A4 in every single position. I never really understood why including A4, A5 is such a big deal. But doesn't mean that it isn't. Oh yeah, I'm sure all of this has been played. Black still has the standard plan, C6, G6, Knight G7. Pieces go somewhere.
Yeah, as long as A4 gets stopped on and not allowed to progress any further, I'm not entirely sure what we've achieved on the queen side. Like I understand, you quote unquote gain some space maybe, but
so black.
Yeah. And if we return to that game that Hans had against Levon, that actually did result in him getting the pawn all the way to A5.
Yeah,
and then
before A6 was included, then we press.
Then it gets very annoying because the C5 square is just such an obvious target for the knight on B1. You can go knight D2, B3, C5, and it's going to be very difficult to parry if you play D5. Yeah, that's just a massive target.
It's a different structure. Yeah.
But with the inclusion of A4, A5, yeah, it's does it make it slightly more awkward for black to play B7, B6 in the future, or like what's the claim here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There might be some tactical reason somewhere, but I never really understood it. But if we keep playing the obvious moves, C6, D3, G6, maybe things aren't that easy. Like even without A4, A5, we've seen Magnus or others get a little something here every now and then. But overall, I thought black was supposed to be fine. What do they do? Queen somewhere. Should have 5. This kind of stuff, black has to be careful for a couple moves, but if he is, usually pieces will disappear.
Yeah. Maybe like looking at this position, you start thinking maybe what could maybe the explanation for the previous play is, I don't know, you can maybe think of some position where bishop C7 is awkward to mid somewhere in the future, not right now, but maybe somewhere in the future once the rook goes from A8 to E8. But it all seems a bit far-fetched, frankly. It shouldn't be all that bad.
Yeah, computer says queen D2 here, not queen E3. Just plays this. Yeah, not the most exciting position in the world, but still, like always has to pay some attention. There we go here. What is that to say? It's very close to quote.
Yuangi does play 95 as we were expecting, and yeah, this is this extremely weird position where the engine appears to like knight B8 at least as a serious option, a move out that I also would not have probably considered for 1 second. The other choice it doesn't hate is knight E5, but then after D5, just going 97 straight away. And I mean, here,
that makes some sense.
That is quite sharp, actually, because E5 is hanging, and if you could play queen C6 here and not lose any material, you would be much better. But E6 will happen.
I mean, if black doesn't recapture.
No, I meant on the previous move instead of knight f3. But after knight f3, C6, yeah, this is supposedly just very good for black. I wasn't sure, but yeah, here, for instance, you can already at least consider taking on H6, and rook D4, G4 is a massive threat. But somehow it gets met, right? It goes knight C5, rook D4, knight 4, and says, now that we blocked off your rook lift, we aren't going to get mated. So it probably ends in some kind of a perpetual. Yeah, very concrete.
Mr. Jordan, yeah, he took on f3 and went to e6, which probably is correct. e5, take, queen e2, look dangerous. Also more, I guess, in line with his game plan, play something mildly offbeat for 2022 and try to complicate it with h3, especially for these slower positions, might be a bit of a loss on time, so e6 is more justified. I like the approach. He's probably still worse, but I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, it's all very concrete, yeah, because h3, h4 is an extremely logical move in this position. It stops queen h4. It also very much supports previous play by creating ideas of opening up things on the king side. But after knight b6, queen c5, you have to start thinking about that. Queen d6 is a move. Just simply knight d7, back asking, how are you going to deal with
No, this is some old Karpov Kasparov vibes. No, knight b5. b5.
Yeah, here I guess. It's not exactly like those positions because I think.
Yeah, it wasn't with bishop f3, gf.
Yeah, but yeah, it's very similar in spirit for sure.
Can reproduce what exactly they were playing.
Yeah, bishop e2, knight queen d6. Yeah, and this is how it went. I'm very sure. Yeah, like there we go. Yeah, that
f4 played
f4,
in the game.
yeah.
That's more brazen, allowing queen h4. What's the idea? I don't like it.
Yeah, I would definitely would have preferred starting with h4 just to stop this from happening, because you are running some positional risks if you allow that queen to settle on h4. Maybe you can try and dislodge it with queen e2 g4 in some way, shape, or form, but it's probably a bit slow. G4, it just goes back to d8. Yeah,
d8 maybe even better.
Yeah.
No, this looks like it could go badly. Like white gives up a lot of solidity by playing f4. Well, this even with the king in the center is still very stable.
Yeah,
stable construction.
Yeah, feels like the somewhat gambly approach there by Jordan is paying off, because his opponent is first of all thinking quite a bit for a somewhat heavily theoretical line of the Grunfeld, and also maybe not making the most natural decisions.
Yeah, he is ahead on the clock though, and it's not like white is worse or anything. Computer just says 0-0 now. It just feels that f4 such a committal decision. What else do we have? Jules against Frederick Swane.
Yeah, this I was very confused, but
D7.
the engine just clarified something for me.
Computer agrees. So Swane, who works a lot on this chess, probably knows even like subtleties here, because I don't think he played knight a5, bishop d7 just because he felt like it.
Yeah, randomly. 95, bishop d5, and in particular after bishop d5, I was just like, why are we not losing material here to c6 and b5? But yeah, machine goes bishop f7 before. Or before here, yeah, also an option. No, if you want to go bishop f7, I have to do it immediately before even bishop c4 b5 happens.
Ah, this is sorry. No, I got it.
Yeah, doesn't hate it for black, but it's a
pawn, no,
kind of a
cute
decision.
Yeah, this is not bad. It says it has compensation.
Yeah, it says your extra pawn is on a5, and I don't really care all that much. c5, bishop c6, or bishop c8, or whatever. Yeah, I'm curious. Is c6? C6 does seem very logical though, because if you're not,
we want to play.
Yeah, if you're not playing c6 here, then
not dying to play
before or d4. Yeah, then like previous play just makes no sense. It's not even that this looks so horrible. It's just that we committed so much effort to doing something about that light square bishop, and then to just ignore it and let it leave would be very strange.
Very strange indeed. Okay, brief tour through the top boards, and then you guys go by Peter's course. That's the idea.
Yes.
Alexeyenko, yeah, as expected, black went for a5. I wasn't sure but if he should, but it stops any other coming to a5, so it's certainly logical. White is the best structure, black is the bishops. What say you?
Interesting game in progress. Seems like the position should be around equal, but yeah, I'm still taking white here, but it's difficult. It's very difficult to make progress in positions like this. Even if black just defends, it's not easy. And also, you have to always try to control the knight f4 jumps or the f5 jumps, whatever black chooses to do here. We are leaving our king somewhat unattended by shifting all the attention to the queen side.
Hans 195, we just talked about this. It looks like he also doesn't exactly have a refutation of the Berlin, looks like. He knew a4 was a computer line, and now he'll play this position. But in particular, 95, I'm not that scared of him. I think we can start offering exchanges of bishops and should be fine. Berlin, pretty solid openings.
Yeah. This one we spoke about, nothing very much happened since. The Catalan actually is progressing there. Yeah, this is fantastic. For Karen, the Catalan is very quickly progressing towards exactly what we're discussing here. The question is, bishop h6 does seem to be just 0-0-0 if black defends precisely. What are other options Yuengi has here? Can you just play slowly?
Worst.
Are you? Yeah, that was sort of my question. If I don't know, if I play, yeah, we can probably include that and still give the same bishop up. But like, can we try something connected with? We're just never going to be fast enough, right? I wanted to say, I don't know, bishop f4, queen c2, and e4. But the knight always lands on c5, and then we never ever get any of
lost
those.
within 3 moves here. Maybe strong, but knight 6, c5, d4.
Yeah. If I don't land d4, then previous play just makes no sense whatsoever. You're definitely not playing for advantage.
You're gonna have to take directly, or after a4, b4.
Yeah. Queen c2, f5. Does it do anything at all? Just rook e8, bishop f8, and yeah,
it's good. This position is just too loose strategically.
Yeah. I mean, we do have sort of some semblance of potential activity on the king side, but it seems like it's very easily neutralizable by just common sense moves such as okay, bishop f8. I thought I could get the queen to f5, maybe push e5, e6, achieve something, but it stops it very, very comfortably.
All right, we'll stop the show at this point very, very comfortably. As well, visit our friends at Chessable in the meantime. Apparently, there's a course by Magnus Carlsen and David Howell called Grind Like a Grandmaster. I'm not sure if it's a chess course, but it certainly does sound very enticing.
Absolutely.
See you soon.
What up?
I'm signaling break. We just sit here.
Yes.
Or leave.
We never leave. We
That's
check
how we
out.
spend our break.
We check out anytime we want, but we can obviously never leave.
You're a big Beatles guy.
Fair enough.
They can't hide these lying eyes. Their smile is a thin disguise. I'm out of here. Am I wearing pants?
I'm not shifting. We'll stay until the bitter end, pretending to care.
Can we go on a break, Vanessa, please?
Obviously not. It's not happening.
No.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. You can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Let's go back. Welcome back, everybody. Round number 6 of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. And Yu Yang sacrificed a piece, as he more or less had to in order not to be worse. Question is, can he continue the game here, or are we just headed for a perpetual? Should I give something like rook d4, knight to e4?
Yeah.
Blocking this, some move, threatening.
Yeah, okay, D1, the question is f5 the absolutely only move here in this position, or do we have other more obvious? Yeah, okay, now
we
we've
get
lost.
Checkmated.
Now we lost. So I guess f5 is the only move, but it also is a reasonably logical one, supporting the knight on e4 some more. And now we definitely will want to play queen e8, queen f7, and climb out. So it feels like white also doesn't have enough attackers to do much else apart from that that perpetual. Engines, I think, also give 0-0-0 to the move knight d4 in the current position. As far as I could tell briefly.
Maybe that's a way to continue, but white doesn't have enough attackers to checkmate.
You just don't have enough. You just don't have enough. And now apparently we're in trouble. So instead of knight f5, we should be playing something else. Yeah, and starts giving checks. So white probably isn't really running from, you have to assume from the lines we've been watching that as long as you don't go too crazy, you have the draw. You have the draw available here with white, but you probably don't have much more. And Altaj, you have to wonder, he's like, if he had slightly more time, I would have suspected that maybe all of this was worked out at home, because he allowed this sacrifice and also replied to it very precisely and very quickly. But having spent half an hour, I think maybe he just worked it like Yuangi was giving him enough time to think on his own time as well, to just work all of this out in advance. Because I'd be a bit scared here with black if I didn't know I was okay.
Yeah, hard to say. I've certainly spent half an hour in positions where I still wasn't booked, trying to figure stuff out along the way, or make it less obvious that one still isn't booked. But yeah, I don't know. It could also be that he played this before and wasn't quite sure it was all correct, or it could be hit somewhere. Hard to say, but he's certainly handling this quickly, confidently, and correctly.
Yeah. Seems like just a reasonably well-played game by both sides, which now is extremely likely to end in some kind of a perpetual, either this one or perhaps knight d4 and then queen f4 g4 with a perpetual. Jules did end up taking on f7 and playing b4, so we have the position we were discussing earlier. As we've told you before going on break, the engines seem pretty much entirely unconcerned about losing that pawn. They just allow ba5 and say your extra pawn is not particularly threateningly positioned doubled on the A file. We don't really have to, care in any serious way. I think I'd still be a little bit worried, because if you imagine, as I think is quite likely after some, let's say queen e7, ba, rook afa. If you imagine all 4 rooks coming off along the F file, which I think is a reasonable assumption, as something that could very easily happen. And then the knight somehow gets to c4. You can definitely create scenarios in your mind where you're not altogether happy with black. But then again,
well, you're not allowed to make 6 moves.
Yeah, exactly. And then c65 could actually, once you play knight h2 and you take one f1 with the a1 rook, let's say rook f1. I mean rook f1.
Why would I?
Yeah. You're not going to generate very many threats after king h1, but you can definitely at some point throw in c6, c5 and say, how comfortable are you leaving the pawn on a4 unpraised? So yeah, it looks like black is just fine. You also don't have much of a choice in the current position, because I don't think b6, ba is very attractive. And yeah, you're not playing knight b3.
Queen c7 though, which looks strange. The queen is a bit far from the king side there. I really would have liked to go somewhere after knight h2.
Absolutely agree, yeah.
I mean, he wants to keep an eye on a5, but is that a priority?
Yeah. So we get a similar position, but now knight h2 is just a much more comfortable move to make, because there's never any queen g5 counterplay. And I think now white will be very much attempting to trade one pair of rooks, keep the other one for the time being on a1 so that a4 is never hanging, and then bring the knight over to like queen c3, get that trade in, get the knight to d2, get to c4, and pretend you're a bit better. It's not. It's still manageable. Looks like, but
Pure says best move was Queen D8, which is kind of telling.
yeah, still, yeah, it definitely feels like Queen E7 looked more logical. What else do we have? What's happening on our top board? Haven't really. Yeah, I'm not a huge
shuffling.
Yeah, not a huge fan of all of this, but maybe you just don't have anything better. Yeah, you kind of have to do something with your pieces.
It looks sensible enough. I don't think it changes the status quo very much. You achieved all this, maybe, but Black will probably.
Yeah, and in a position like the one they have right now, you're back to being kind of choosing whether you want to at least offer a change of structure with Knight f4, or you continue playing somewhat passively. In particular, I'm a bit curious, if I play Queen b5, how does that kind of tension ever get resolved? And I don't know, f6, whatever. Just claim that we're not really being shifted very far from this setup.
I don't know.
I guess eventually some threats will appear, right? Like maybe
something's going to happen. Maybe I need to some more moves here, but then at some point could get uncomfortable.
Or even Knight a3 could actually force me to stop being annoying and either trade on a4 or go back to some worse squares.
Yeah. Decisions to be made for Black. I guess both sides are still reasonably happy, but I like what Kirill did on the way to shuffle.
Yeah.
Okay, some questions. This is still very dry. Tiniest of edges for white because he has a quote-unquote better bishop. This bishop is not exactly terrible. If you get knight e4, queen d6, let's say. Yeah, doesn't look like much.
Yeah, this should be fine for Manuel, and he's doing. I mean, he is half an hour behind on the clock, but it is already moved 22, and the position really isn't that demanding in terms of calculations required. You can, I think, quite safely play it by common sense. I do like the idea of knight e4, queen d6, but even if you do something which I assume is slightly worse, like the queen f8, rook e8, you're probably also not suffering too horribly.
Just has decent pieces, compact structure. How bad can it be?
Yep.
This is still bad.
Yeah, this.
I guess he wants to go d5 now. What else? But even this is not usually. Not sure how we play it. So it takes the most normal moves.
Yeah. Because eventually you start pushing in the center, like you want to play king h2, and then eventually, like e4, f4, e5, and if you get all that, you suddenly are just straight up winning because Black runs out of space to.
And the Black majority never moves. You never have time to play c5. This makes all your pieces terrible.
Yeah.
So it's unpleasant.
Yeah, maybe White could have been sort of even more aggressive earlier, but yeah, even the kind of a simplistic way that Karen is playing is perfectly okay for a stable advantage, I think, for the rest of the game.
Let's switch from Karen to Jordan. Jordan has not put the queen here. Instead, he went knight to b6,
which is okay, but
standard.
Then a5 is.
What's he doing?
I don't know. I think maybe he thought he's creating a, I don't know if you want to call it a threat knight before, but it just doesn't do very much. Bishop g2 is a very logical move. I wouldn't have hated h4 either, but bishop g2 is a very normal way to develop.
White is ready to meet queen h4 with e5 or d5.
D5,
d5.
D5 is also very strong, because you can very often just sort of go in positions like this, and night before we just castle and c7 is hanging, and suddenly like d5 d6 is a winning threat pretty much. So yeah, you're definitely running risks as Jordan now. You can play, sometimes you try to play against that queen on c5 by like playing rook e8, bishop f8, but Oh, he's played a5 already. I think maybe rook e8 here wouldn't have been all that horrible, but with the inclusion of a5 and bishop g2,
also, you never win this queen, right?
yeah, it can run away. And also, I wanted to say that once you play bishop f8, even queen g5 will often result in endgames which aren't all that comfortable. So yeah, it's the queen always has squares. I'm not sure, but I think he's trying to be a little bit too imaginative. Having played knight b6, I mean, you can actually, I think, make a reasonably good argument for just playing knight d7 back and then knight b6 against any queen move.
Also, a5 has drawbacks, as we've shown. If the pawn ever lands here, you pretty much lose because his knight is no longer anchored on b6.
Yep.
So, no, you're taking risks. It's a bold strategy.
Let's see if it works out for him.
Rook a8 played by Svanne, no surprises there. Let's see what else we have. We haven't seen much of the Yesipenko against Arjun game. Where I guess white has bishops and is happy.
Yeah, the question is how happy, but it's like, in a way, this is like a spiritual continuation of that game Kirill Alexeyenko won a few rounds earlier against Wadsworth, where once again we have this strategy where white goes h3, g3, but black didn't take on f3 straight away. And instead of playing those types of symmetrical structures that Kirill got in the end, Andrei, to get the two bishops, commits to e takes d5 very early. e5 hanging in this position kind of provokes bishop takes f3. So we have a slightly different version of the same structure where we have the same bishop pair, but d3 against d5, not e4 against d5 in the center. You always are a little bit better, yeah, I guess.
Very pleasant, actually.
Yeah.
And you did some subtle stuff, which was probably smart to get the queen out of the way, vacate the square for the bishop. Now the position. It's not winning or anything, but it plays itself.
Yeah. And you definitely want to keep the queens on, at least for the time being. Like eventually, maybe even endgames will become very pleasant. You can definitely imagine that scenario. But for now, I think he is perfectly satisfied with keeping the queens on and playing this, seeing how his opponent reacts.
More two bishops versus bishop and knight in Sumets against Korobov.
But this is very sharp, yeah, because bc5, like if you can play bc5, I think you very much want to play bc5, and I think you can, because after bc5, at the very least, we have the opportunity to win the exchange. Yeah, I just win, yeah. I thought queen g5, knight d4 wins the exchange, which it does, but then it would be playable for white, whereas this just loses. But then I'm a bit curious as to why bc5 hasn't been played yet, because I've seen this position on your screen for a while, and Anton clearly is considering not doing it.
Also, if you go knight c5 or queen c5, I guess you're a bit worse. No? Like,
yeah,
maybe nothing drastic here. Like, doesn't have a grip on the center.
Yeah, this is. I think as from white's perspective, you're just so happy if bc5 doesn't happen, because much of the risk is immediately removed. Strategically, you have a very safe position with the bishop there. Yes, maybe you're not much better because knight f4 is always kind of a jump, and maybe your pieces aren't ideally positioned for it, but you know only you can be better. Whereas after bc, you can definitely be worse if the knight lands on d4, for instance, and you have no counterplay against.
Yeah, so we would expect him to do that. It's double checking. Another creative position in Tabatabai against Genus Estel.
Yeah, it seems like the Iranian player is doing a very good job here, because knight on f5 pretty much can never be taken, so you can just play as if it's not hanging.
Also looks like he had this plan down, which people have been doing now. This is not revolutionary, just to go g4, h4 in this very compact central structure. And black didn't react in an
g5
ideal manner. g5 seems a bit extreme.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I like white's position, but you don't have to. I think the way to kind of live with this as black is to actually just say, yeah, this looks threatening, but I'm just not going to do anything about it. I will allow g5. And if you do play g5, you also soften up your own knight on f5. You can play knight d4 in response then, for instance. and it will at least provoke some kind of a reaction from white. So I don't know, going whatever. Machine likes a5, and it actually often is a useful move in these types of positions because you do want rook a6 as a way to further defend your kingside, maybe in some future situations. And yeah, g5 looks like a bit of a panicky reaction by somebody who has not really expected to have to deal with this and now doesn't know exactly what to do. Yeah, just c3, queen f3, we can castle long. We're not really giving mate just yet, but as I said, since gf5 is never a threat, eventually we play, I don't know, queen h3, rook h1, rook ag1, and then threats will appear. And once they appear, they probably decide. The really weird Sozin resolved itself into something quite different now. Whoa, there's a king on d2. Huh, interesting.
Left it here, like there would be b8 to cover that b6 square. And he wants queen d7. Hit that knight. Taken.
Yeah, got taken, and then
what is this? Oh, knight c5.
Yeah. Knight c5, and then gets to d3, which is a comfortable enough square. And then after bishop b7, white made a very cute little move, king c1, d2, very much hinting that I would like to go rook a1, rook a7, rook ha1, and start playing on the queen side, which is a bit unusual for these structures, but definitely makes a lot of sense there with the amount of tempo you will be winning. d5, e5. You have to assume Aditya means to play d4 here, because otherwise d5 doesn't look like such a great idea. If you play knight d7 here, you're in a lot of trouble, I think. Because eventually there will be a bishop on d4, which will stop all the counterplay.
Which order we do this? Yeah, looks unpleasant.
Yeah, just doesn't look great at all, because it's not clear where the counterplay is coming from, and white just has everything under control. It's not the end of the world, but you do know who is better in a position like this.
Right. This game, still not in love with knight takes d4, one a6, queen c2. I'm not sure that's the first order of business, but why not? But it does allow queen c7, bishop c5, or in the game queen d5, bishop c5.
Yeah.
Anyway, here queen d5, bishop d3, bishop c5.
Yeah, I'd be sorely tempted to still go for some kind of long castles, but I guess maybe we're not fast enough to generate too much in the way of threats. Like takes long castles, but I guess black can maybe even try going bishop d7 and long castle themselves, or b5 and just ignore everything. Because we're not really generating too many threats just yet on the king side, right? Yeah.
Computer just likes this to be able to go back to c3, so sensible, and that's maybe why. c7 instead of queen d5 was an option. To run into this, I guess check. We can even leave the king here and say, keep losing time. Not too concerned about my king. I hung the bishop, but
in particular because bishop b4 is quite awkward, and we have to continue making very ugly looking moves. The king on f1 is generally quite safe, so I don't mind this at all.
You can go back, but then keeping this bishop just adds so much more firepower to a potential attack. Now bishop b4. I keep blundering that bishop.
Well, here it doesn't lose, but it's still not very good. Still not very good. I was sort of reluctant, or I would be reluctant if I didn't know to play c4 in positions like this, because I think I'm like generally speaking, I think c3, c4 is not the move you make very happily, but preserving that bishop and not trading it for bishop on c5 is just much more important than perhaps losing some control over some central squares. Is just a much more relevant factor here than anything else.
I'm a d4 player, so the pawn is usually already on c4 here. That'd be extremely thrilled. You often get this via some slow marrons. We go e3, e4, so it's like a great version. See what else we have. We have Adiban's self-inflicted suffering in the structure. He went for this typical f5, h5, trying to contain g4. The problem is you never equalize even if you swap down. It's just not fun. So you could play something like this. 6, 4.
Yeah.
We'll just keep building.
Yeah, and these endgames are just like,
you don't always lose these, but you never enjoy the right, particularly.
Yeah. And eventually, in particular, if the queens come off, eventually white goes for some kind of a b4 break. And yeah, like I think Boris Gelfand won a number of very exemplary games like this, and other classically trained players have also had good results in this structure. That's not the end of the world. Yeah, very odd choice to give his young opponent such a kind of a free roll today by Andiman.
Let's see how our theory battle is coming along. They're still making the first computer line, which is a forced draw.
Yeah, king g8 has to be played. Now queen e5.
This is all still the game as well.
Yeah. And I think rook h7 might be the only move, but it's also not very difficult if we're honest with ourselves.
To get checkmated.
Yeah, rook h7, queen e6 might be a bit of a problem. So yeah, you do get there simply by excluding the moves which lose by force, such as this one. So yeah, you go rook h7 there. Queen takes d5, king h8, I guess, and you stay on the g8, h8 squares, and white has nothing.
Both sides have spent half an hour over. At least Collas. I'm 100% sure he's still in book. He's probably unhappy that he couldn't think of anything else than to go here. And as far as semi-bluffs go, black goes down this line. We will usually be forced to find it, as you said. Modern chess. That's all been played in high-profile games recently, so this is black's repertoire. Yeah, not the best prep day for Collas.
Yeah.
Daniel Darda. What's this position? That's one of those. Trendy stuff. Knight takes d5. We don't see that often. Most people take with the pawn here. Because you still need a move until you can move your bishop. e3 or not.
It seems like
with fire here.
Yeah.
Queen takes looks so normal.
Yeah, queen takes looks like a better choice here. Not that you don't have anything at all here. I think bishop a6 is also a bit of a weird choice. I would be developing.
Too funky now.
Yeah.
5. I don't know. Still somewhat unpleasant, but feels like both sides have taken some liberties.
It does feel like that, yeah.
Channel. They do. This looks vaguely.
So this was a kind of very classical Cambridge. No. Is it Cambridge Springs?
No,
like some
spaced out.
Yeah.
C2 feels a little off. Yeah.
But then rook c8 probably wasn't.
You wanted more than.
Yeah.
Takes and takes with a likely draw.
But what he's getting now might not be such an easy equality, which is why. I mean, you do have to kind of weigh all of these things when you are choosing a move in this position. But yeah, queen e2 looks extremely logical, and a6 is hanging, meaning that you might have to play a version of the position we just discussed, only without the a pawn, which is not really an improvement. Can we go queen e2 a5? Oops. And try to take on c5 comfortably later? I guess after rook f d, yeah, like you might not be in time simply if you play too fancy. So yeah, I mean, clearly he's playing his. I think this is still a 4 out of 5 group. Let me check briefly, but
please.
Yeah.
He's trying to keep playing the position, but it doesn't look like he's asking many questions, only to himself. He apparently was better, or Pompey said it was easier to just take here now. But once again, you're probably not winning this very often. All right, no moves yet on our top board after Alexeyenko initiated this latest reshuffling. Sneeman pushed the H-pawn. Still not particularly threatening. You go H6 or H5?
If I touch that pawn at all, I go H5, but yeah, allowing H5, H6 is not something I particularly like. So yeah, I think I go bad. No, it's completely fine as well. I just don't like, planting seeds of being slightly worse in an endgame. But yeah, probably not a huge concern. And here, yeah, we keep on being informed by the all-seeing eye that knight somewhere in queen d6 is logical, and indeed it does look logical. Maybe even knight f7, but knight e4 in particular. Just getting the queen to d6 does look like it probably solves every single problem.
It's not that exciting, is it? Let's have a look. Yu Yang did go knight d4, which shows. I'm pretty sure it could calculate rook d4 and rook a1 was perpetual. Doesn't want it. It's trying to ask some questions.
So the question is queen d7 a massive mistake?
Apparently a mistake, but not a massive one. Here.
Yeah, so generally the play does revolve around landing that knight on f5.
Doesn't look like white should have anything. The computer does funky stuff as computers do, playing a4 here.
Rook a3, f3. Yeah, but I also noticed that it was very much in favor of this rooklet, which I think could very easily not notice it exists at all. But I guess queen d7 is not very clean because very often we still need to play rook e8 even later because we need squares for the king on g8. So starting with rook e8 seems logical.
Seems very normal, no?
Yeah.
Okay, bishop of 8. The hand wants what the hand wants.
And also, in a way, it protects the pawn on c6 as well, because if you take on c6 here, I think bishop f8 is very strong. Bishop g5 is similar, yeah. I guess bishop g5 is just stronger, but bishop f8 also not bad at all.
Didn't even notice what the tech player. That's not. Queen d7 actually.
Yeah, but if you didn't have the bishop moves, maybe we could consider taking on 6 and then claiming we have very, very many pawns for the piece. But bishop g5 just wins on the spot. Yeah, so it's just not an option at all. It gets captured. Yeah, rook e8 looks very logical.
Yeah, Tash taking his time.
Black decided not to play d5 at least immediately here.
White also went rook d1. Funky stuff. Doesn't spoil anything at some point.
I think it's time to castle. Yeah, I think we're done being extremely fancy.
No, he's still fancy.
Yeah.
Begging for d5. Mistakes.
I'm pretty sure that the idea is not to take on d5 with everything, right? So
no, I guess we take another time.
Yeah, we stop here, yeah, and we just do something.
We're not winning a piece. Castle yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Even this white is just better.
Yeah.
Structure is not equal.
Yeah, continues being quite annoying, yeah. Queen c2 or even queen f4 in some position. Yeah, just yeah, it's a matter of taste. I'm not sure what Karen is doing is the absolute best way to punish what Black is doing, but it remains very unpleasant for Black in every single iteration of it.
In the Tinjing Yao versus Jordan van Vrees game, Queen landed on g5, as you mentioned earlier.
Jordan also played knight b8. This is a different knight. he spent 2 tempi rerouting the c6 knight to d7. He's
Making
really
sure he never has
pushing
any pressure on the center.
Yeah, he really is pushing it extremely hard today.
Just playing badly.
Yeah, I think it's just not great. And now in particular that we've played h4, queen g5 is just such a strong response to this, because queen takes g5, hg, you're basically lost position.
Wanted this, since he has no pressure, like
Yeah, we can just go bishop c1. And I think we will quite happily, if we want to, just go e5 and just, go for, in particular if the queens don't come off immediately, like queen g3, e5, h5, we just give mate very often in these types of positions.
try to lash out with black, but wouldn't expect a very successful outcome. Yeah, it's just terrible.
Like endgames are bad, and also you might get mated. And so very unpleasant situation to find yourself in. Like, there are no real good outcomes here.
Come on, Jorn, get together.
Yeah, so you get, like, I've had Grunfeld games like this myself, where you don't feel like playing your, perhaps, main lines, because they are very draw heavy and you don't particularly want a memory competition, but then you just push yourself too far in the other direction. Let's play something very unfashionable. Let's play something that will make both of us think, and the position just
They're thinking
gets worse and worse as we're watching here. This is just very ugly.
not great for the young Dutchman. Winner of Vikensee, the Super Turn, with Carlsen, Caruana, Geary. You name them in 2021.
You name them, we got them. Queen d7 played by Dutch.
Everybody's good at chess nowadays, and just because you're now all of a sudden household name, people don't roll over every game. One has to prove it again and again. It's to Jordan today. Might not be up to the task, or might have been too motivated. Queen d7 played. Peter condemns because of queen h5. Doesn't say it's losing, but doesn't like it much either. That means we could get a bit of a game here.
Yeah, I mean, if this doesn't end in some kind of an immediate perpetual, it's a very interesting position, because white actually kind of launches a slow positional attack here. It's not you don't have resources to give an immediate mate anywhere here. You just don't have enough attackers, but you have this 5 against 1 on the king side. Very kind of an unusual situation where
I had 5 against 1 many times.
And yeah, but I think much actually hinges on somehow including your other 2 pieces in the attack. And I don't know how easy it is to just even spot the idea of a4, which appears to be
also,
quite...
even if you spot it after b4, what have we gained exactly? I'm still a bit confused by this.
Yeah, that is also a very fair point. You're just stopping rook a3 physically. Like, why is this suddenly such a problem?
Probably now rook a1 gains in strength.
Why? Like, yeah.
Why exactly?
This is very confusing.
Computer is already back to zero town.
But this looks scary though, for a bit, because your queen isn't really coming to the defense of the king, so you're defending basically with this bishop on f8 and knight on a6, and you are extremely reliant on white not being able to include a single additional piece in the attack, because you will get mated if one of the rooks
Almost here, you're probably in some trouble.
Yeah, you just resign. Yeah,
it is not.
And actually, maybe weirdly, the difference here is you can play in this particular position, you can play queen h4 check, and after king g8, white has the option of playing rook c4, which wouldn't have been there previously without the inclusion of a4 and b4.
That's why I went for this.
You're still not better though. The slight problem is this doesn't actually win. It's very cute, but it doesn't actually win, because black is supposedly fine here, even though the pawn on c4 gets picked up. And yeah, white runs obviously 0 risks with the amount of checks you can give on the king side, but yeah.
Like you lose against this.
Machine is unafraid here.
Flurry of pieces.
Very unafraid.
Yeah, this continues along the lines here. Expertly outlined, and Svan also realizes he might need his queen to do double duty and switches his back to keep an eye on the king side, which is a good move.
Yeah.
Nothing too bad has happened. Now white doesn't have the liberty to pursue this plan too freely here.
Yeah.
There is some counterplay all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
this would be a way to suddenly get mated on the king side. Yeah, it seems reasonably fair, reasonably balanced still, because it's difficult to make any kind of progress with while also trying to preserve the pawns on a5 and a4, which are, you know, the only justification for you being better right now is your proud extra pawn. But if you drop one of them, then, you know, bishop against knight in a reasonably open position, why wouldn't white be happy?
Queen g5 is very much coming. I understand it's not checkmate, but how do you progress ever?
Yeah.
Okay, complicated battle there. Demchenko is trying to mix it a little with b5. Saw that move on my screen. The problem is, according to Compy Boy, that even this softening up doesn't really help black that much. He'll also soften up himself. But I like it in spirit that it's no longer the well-defined structure and one-way traffic.
Yeah, I like the decision, but yeah, the machine suggests that even like these types of seemingly best case scenarios where you've traded your weakness on d6 for something, you're still not altogether equal.
Still, in Demchenko we trust.
The somewhat boring anti-Berlin on board 2 became a bit less symmetrical because
knight c4.
Yeah, Manuel Petrosyan went with knight c4, which is a decision I probably wouldn't have made, but appears to be fine according to the all-seeing silicon. I'd be very worried I blunder d5 somewhere and everything collapses, but it seems like this is still holding together after bishop d3.
Yeah, somewhat more specific play.
Becomes a lot more concrete. Yeah, I think it. Basically, the claim here is that bishop c6, rook e2 is completely fine, and if you don't take on 6, I'll play c5, and I'm also completely fine. Believable, but yeah, does look like maybe there was no need to give white this kind of hope.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah, I like queen c8 here because it does sort of. I understand it probably never ever worked, but like I would like to explore the possibility of playing bishop h3 next move.
Yeah, I did that once without a pawn there. I was very proud of myself. Similar situation.
Yeah, I'm not like I can definitely. Well, yeah, there it is. Yeah, very much exists. Followed by knight h4, even bishop takes g2, and yeah. So you definitely have to start paying attention here with white, and then again, I mean, it's such a telegraphed idea that I'm very sure Kirill will be aware that this move is probably made for some reason, and the reason might be that.
How do you stop it? F3, I'm not sure is a move we're dreaming of playing.
Now knight f4 appears to be much more logical. Yeah,
weaken some squares. At least now this probably no longer works.
For what they're okay, just been
we'll run back.
We run back, and we are in much better control of things because knight h4 can be met by queen h4
winning.
Yep. Yeah, the difference being that we have queen e2 and not just queen f1 in this position, and we end up just a piece up.
Okay, still slow shuffling game, but with stakes being reasonably high. It's not that drawish a position.
No,
something will happen to either side at some point.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
Jordan, wow, he was allowed to take here.
Yeah, this is kind of shocking. Yeah, why wouldn't you play bishop c1? Yeah, bishop c1 looks.
Leave the cannoli.
Yeah, white is still doing quite well after b3, but yeah, it's just very strange decision. Just go bishop c1. You know, takes and c5 played, and now
5.
Yeah, I mean, I still like this for white, but it's become a lot looser. Like the structure is not as compact. Black actually traded away one of the more horrible pieces he had, and bishop on e3 is gone. Yeah.
This you could also see even black winning on a good day, like c8, some f6 comes. And, What is better? It's not that, but I'm shocked by these.
Yeah, bishop c1 looked like such an obvious move. Just show me what you've achieved. Explain to me why any of this is any good.
Okay.
Some justification for previous play, at least there.
Some luck.
Yep.
That's all there is. Eltash now in deep thought.
Yeah, perhaps he underestimated how unpleasant queen h5 is. Maybe he thought queen d7 just buries all the immediate threats and white struggles to generate anything. But now after queen h5, yeah, you do have to start thinking.
What can you tell us about Eltash Safarli? He's been around for a long, long time. I guess he's still reasonably young. But I played him in 2011 when we gloriously won the European Team Championship. He was already playing for Azerbaijan.
Yeah, he's part of that, very strong generation of. I mean, they're not really Azerbaijani youngsters anymore, but yeah, they were definitely. Yeah.
Like kids.
Yeah. And he is basically there's definitely a split there. There were like the very best three, including, of course, the much missed Fogar Gashimov, who tragically died very young, and and of course Shah and Timur, who are still very much part of the world elite, and then you get the kind of the second echelon, of which Eltaj is very much part, like Rauf and Eltaj and Gadir Guseinov, and all of them very, very solid, like 2650, perhaps at the top. Rauf definitely hit 2700 at some point, I think, and all of them sort of very strong practical players. All of them, I think, very, very good blitz players. Legends.
I think Eltash is a bit different stylistically, because you're mentioning practical players. I think he's quite a theoretician, and he's also worked, I think, as a second for some of the other guys, Mamedyarov and so on. So he was always a booked up guy, while of course Rauf and Guseinov, they know stuff, but they have their pet systems, and then they try to beat you over the board. They often have a lot of experience in whatever Marotzis or Italian sidelines they're playing, or exchange Spanishes. Well, Eltash, I think, is a clicking guy. I mean,
yeah, I think that's very fair, and he does stand a bit alone in that respect, because he is a kind of a more classically trained, theoretically minded player compared to those other guys. But they're all also, like, I think both of us are on the record saying that, like, just being around Rauf is a very pleasant experience, because he generally has a very kind of a sunny outlook on life and just kind of enjoys.
I never talked to him. I just need him to sit somewhere in the breakfast room, like far away, looking happy, and it's cheers me up.
Eltaj as well, as I think, is a very friendly, kind of positive guy.
Must be nice.
Yeah, not familiar.
Speaking of friendly, positive guys, in the Hans Niemann game, they have reached the rook endgame.
I'm a little bit worried about this, because...
What are you worried about?
I'm not worried, like, I'm not playing this game, so I don't really have to worry very much. But is the pawn ending completely drawn?
Who do you think should win it?
Yeah, I think the issue is, like, you immediately get hit with g5, and you never have any time for your potential shenanigans. But I was wondering, like, if I get the king to c2 and play b3.
Let's do nothing for starters.
Oh yeah, so this is this is probably the biggest issue, because Like if I go too far away from the a file, I get hit by b5 and a4 and we lose. Like king e4 probably already loses to b5 here.
Well, you can't make any progress basically. No?
Yeah. Fair. Yeah, but okay, then if the pawn ending is equal, then I don't think there's very much cause for concern there for black. I did worry a little bit that like you make a somewhat indifferent move here, you suddenly have to reply to rook e1 and you don't know how to reply.
I don't know if this could be a concern if we probably not. It's b5 here, which of course I miss. Maybe rook a3 is smarter. Does that make a difference? Take all zeros is usually.
Yeah, even this somehow is completely fine. It just goes king e6 and says we're not worried.
Still, do you play b5 ab king e6?
No, not particularly. No. The reason I was bringing all of this up is that, like, there might be some temptation in the current position for Manuel Petrosian to just go rook e6 b6, just to stop all of that completely. Then, yeah, I'm not like I can play rook e6, but I'm not sure how happy I am playing rook b6 because it seems like it just is not doing very much there, and the king can get to c2. It's still fine, but yeah,
it's equal freaking pawns with no particular structural weakness.
Yeah, yeah, it's I think just a very usual.
Do the dumbest possible thing, man, in trouble.
Well, you'll have to play rook b6 back probably, but yeah, you're still fine. You're still fine. Yeah, it's just my usual kind of foibles where I'm extremely worried I will lose some objectively drawn rook ending or objectively drawn pawn ending just because I do. But yeah,
rook e6 played. You were right. You didn't want any part of this b3 business.
After rook b1, you could maybe
rook e1.
Yeah, we just
go king.
We go king f7. Yeah, we're not worried as we've established.
Even this, probably we're not in trouble, but no, we're just not in trouble.
Yeah, and after rook b1, there's also an option to play b5, ab, rook b6, but you're not in time to get the pawn to a3. It's still a draw of the king e2, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't. Rook b5, king d2. Let's say king c2. He is just not afraid, right? It just goes h4.
This is way too.
Okay, this we've actually lost. Yeah.
This we should.
So we just go a4 and yeah, and then white has no way to make progress, I guess. Yeah. So interesting. Interesting. Yeah.
Okay. Seems drawn by a fairly wide margin, so it should end that way. Grigoryan against Demchenko. Grigoryan is
he took on d6,
sticking to the plan. This was a mistake according to.
But yeah. This is what I thought the plan was. I was pretty sure that the idea of playing b5 here was just start throwing things at.
This seems completely in Demchenko's style.
Yeah, but he just goes b takes c4 pretty much instantly, allowing white to go back to sanity by castling. Yeah,
if this happens, then this could still.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
on the menu.
Yeah, this is back to being the plan. Yeah. Weirdly, the engine actually prefers this position with the pawns on b5 and b3. I would have assumed this much better to have the b file open, but it seems to think that this one is better for white and the other one isn't, which is really mystifying.
I guess here queen a3, which queen about is less appealing.
Yeah, b4. Yeah, specifically because I guess a3 is just by far the best square on the board somehow, which wouldn't have been obvious to me at all. But also, I don't think we should be taking on c4. I think it's time to get the king out of the center.
We've been thinking that for 5 moves. Doesn't seem like Grigoryan is all that
concerned about it.
Concerned about that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what he does there. Altaj, by the way, did something very, very risky looking. Yeah. I guess you pretty much always start with queen g6 check just to stop king g7 from happening. And now we can make all kinds of useful moves because challenging the queen on g6 is difficult. Yeah, let's go rook ac1, for instance. Black is kind of completely tied up, yeah.
Here, white already starts doing random things. Feels like there's a lot of danger.
Yeah, it's gone sharply downhill for black in the last couple of moves, starting with queen d7, which the engine already disliked, but it was still sort of okay. But f5 really is a bit of a panicky decision there by Otage.
No, I think the big thing is maybe you just instinctively defend the pawn with spotting that you have bishop g5 here. Then getting this in looks so natural.
Yeah, getting the bishop f8 is it just makes your life so much easier for the future.
Yeah, now Yu Yang very much back on track. He also really didn't mind giving that piece and then playing slowly. So can now continue doing that with a very clear conscience.
Yeah. And the engine does defend this sort of so as not to lose immediately, but very, very difficult, I think, to make all of these moves. Like you get here and you still can't really challenge that queen on h6. So like apparently king g2 is very strong here, and black is sort of stalemate and has no strong ways of doing anything at all.
Preparing rook h1 in 100 moves.
Yeah. Because you just can't touch that queen on h6, so your king is forever unsafe, and white actually has a couple of pawns for the piece, so you're not even that far behind materially. No, it's just going to be a difficult position for
a little line. Just reading out what the computer says is this. Just says this, we win.
Yeah, bishop f8 only move not to drop everything, but even after bishop f8, yeah, like the majority on the king side couples
there. Too many pawns.
Yeah. Instead of king takes g7, you can very luckily for black go rook takes e5, which improves it a little bit because at least we remove one of them. But the engine still thinks it's incredibly poor.
Yeah. Believable. Okay, that was a random line. Just overall, it doesn't look like black gets out of it easily.
Not anymore. No. Clearly a problem.
Check plate, king h8.
Yeah. You can start with queen h6, but I think it feels a bit illogical not to make black play queen e8.
So this apparently quote scratch. Why it goes rook ac1. Yeah. Stop it.
Rook ac1 is also just such a logical move. Make it as difficult as possible for black to do anything proactive.
Yeah, Yu Yang on track. Jordan, he also got rid of the queens. White just took and went to e5, trying to minimize risk somehow, which I guess is logical.
Yeah, and now black is doing sort of okay. White is still, if anyone is better here, it is still white, but it's not nearly as much.
Yeah, from a practical perspective, I like what he did after he allowed taking here, which I did not like, but this position, at least something really bad's got to happen for you to lose it. You go e5. You still ask some more questions.
Yeah, it does require a little bit of precision here because king e2 is a strong move, but you have to be sort of very certain about playing rook c8, knight b5, allowing rook c2 check, because you can't really play rook c1 yet because of bishop a3. But yeah, this is completely fine. It's not a very difficult calculation. In general, you would prefer
in the way.
In general, you would prefer not to allow rook c2 check at all. But yeah, it's not very difficult to see. It's not a problem. Castles is okay, but you always want the king closer to the center, of course. Yeah.
Yep. Jules Moussard, the man from Paris, the reigning French champion, against Frédéric Swane, the man from Lübeck. 21 on the board. White still has an extra pawn. Computer says equal, wants to go c5 to c4, which I'm not sure is obvious. Do we have to?
No, we don't, but I think generally the idea of softening up the white structure is not unusual here. Because I think white does play c2, c4 himself. I think the dreams of getting the knight over there are unrealistic. It always gets stopped. So, I don't know. I don't hate it.
g5, he just goes away.
Yeah, doesn't do very much.
Yes. Okay. Still a lot of play. Spenko offered the bishop exchange.
It's a little bit strange to me, because I mean, it still looks very, very nice, but unless you have immediate play against the e5 pawn, I tried shuffling in positions like this. Like I think we played some training blitz games which led to this structure. I can't remember exactly from where. And if black just takes on e3, and then I don't know. If you imagine the same position with the black knight on f6 and the rook, let's say on e8. Trying. It's very, very difficult to make any progress. Like black puts the rooks on e7 and e8, goes g6, king g7, and then like lights up a cigar and says, "Show me where you have anything at all."
That literally happened in your training blitz games?
Not allowed. We are no longer
training games. I
we
thought
are
that's the
Botvinnik
school.
The Botvinnik school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no knight on f6 here.
No,
so things are less.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit less comfortable. Like rook f8, we play rook d1, forces knight c7, and then I think it's just very move by move because queen b3 is just very annoying here, and suddenly like your pieces are just not where they should be, which is why this is not as equal as you would have expected. But yes, structurally it's fine, I think, for black. It's just that the knight is not where you would want. Yeah, and looking at what the engine suggests here, it seems like the way for black to play this position is like sharply tactical. You just try to protect the e5 pawn by calculate, like you go. Currently, the best line is king h8, apparently, with, I'm pretty sure, the intention of meeting rook d1 with knight c5. And we're trying to solve our issues solely by tactical means.
Sorry, I'm not that interested yet. Let me know once these tactical means appear.
Sure.
What's Yu Yang up to? Still piece down? But he's thinking. What else could he do? Rook ac1. Maybe we're blinded by the compy, but it does look like such a good move.
Yeah, it looks very, very logical to put the rook on a semi-open file, stop black potentially from, like, I don't know how obvious it is that black wants to play bishop d8, but just generally restricting.
To move something.
Yeah, just generally restricting black from making all kinds of potentially useful things, I mean, is very logical. Yeah.
Right. Is that Kirill in the universe hoodie?
Yeah. The universe boss. Yeah, this is a very kind of a slow burning game, the game between Karen Grigoryan and
there's a lot to calculate. So the moves come in slowly, but they made it very, very sharp. Both sides sort of contributed, because White just had played a normal move at some stage instead of all this. I'm not saying they're bad moves, but he's really trying to spice it up, and Demchenko obliged. Now, what do? BC probably starting to feel that there's some heat here. Short castle still looks like the most natural, but maybe he feels it's not enough.
Yeah, but once the king is out of the center, I think, for instance, knight c3/4 is a massive threat there.
Yeah, I'd castle in a heartbeat, but I would have days and days ago.
Yeah, both of us would have been castled a long time already.
Here, apparently, the queen has to go here, which is not the most comfortable direction, because now this is somewhat unpleasant. So probably they are thinking about such.
Yeah, but with the king on g1, you no longer really have to worry about any kind of sacrifices on e3, as long as you don't blunder your queen. And yeah, then eventually it will stabilize, and
all these lines show that bc4, which is probably the most natural move in the position, was a bit premature, because it's really key to be able to harass that queen.
Yeah, in particular,
yeah,
like it plays queen b8 here, which is a difficult move to see from afar for sure. Which apparently just straight up wins.
Even I mean, it's understandable that queen is less comfortable here without BC.
Yeah. And he's gone knight a4, which is a kind of an in-between decision.
He insists on never
ever
castling, or I don't like this move one bit, just by the looks of it.
I think it's for bishop takes f6, queen d7. I mean, he has created a massive threat, but the engine goes knight fd5 and says your queen on d6 is now kind of stuck, and you're not very
still
happy.
in the freaking center.
Yeah,
Knight f5 is
knight
there.
f5 is a very, very big threat. Yeah. Now you've lost, apparently, because something bad will happen to your son.
What's he doing? Like, this is not particularly surprising that with another knight out of the equation, bad things could happen.
Yeah,
taking a lot of liberties here.
Not in love with it.
All these moves, rook d1, knight d2, queen d6, knight a4. Like, they might be good individually, but raising the stakes so high in a position.
And if it's not a glitch, Hans just straight up offered a draw in that rook ending, having played rook b1, which is somewhat unexpected, but I mean, it's a sort of a correct assessment of the position. I just expected the game to continue, but it's
probably
gone.
That either b5 or even if black just sits in the most stupid manner, there's absolutely nothing to do. So
yeah,
why not hit the bars?
The super theoretical neither between callers and Alexis Tahai also finished in a draw, so not shockingly because we kind of knew.
Not a great day for callers. I think that was his plan, also having black play the first engine line in a game that, I'm pretty sure till here we've seen before. Well, it looks good if all of a sudden black starts thinking he doesn't find his way. Looks a bit silly if you're 200 points high rated and your opponent just reproduces existing theory and draws.
Yeah, I think it's basically like the final position is still the game between Dominguez and
the entire game.
Yeah. This does happen occasionally, but when you are 200 points ahead, you're probably not in love with that outcome.
Then again, gotta keep people honest. So once in a while, it's good to quiz them and stuff. But yeah, that's not the dream. Nope. Here, Vahab Shanal's efforts to mix it have only resulted in him having to struggle now to hold this. He's losing a pawn, right?
Yeah, the a6 pawn just gets picked up, and after bishop takes a6, I thought maybe you can play something like bishop, I don't know, somewhere, but I guess rook a1 just holds it very comfortably. Just rook a1 and you're you're kind of lost. It is probably still manageable if you take on a6 and start occupying the central files with your heavy pieces. I think this is what the engine suggests, like takes on rook c8 or rook d8, one of those.
Queen is stuck.
Yeah, the queen is very misplaced on a6, and it doesn't really look lost.
Yeah,
but it also
suffering.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there was a more comfortable draw available along the way. So why do this to yourself is not immediately obvious.
Yep. Tabatabai checkmating in the meantime.
Whoa.
Getting close.
Yeah, that is. I kept on talking about how this knight never gets picked up, and then it got picked up.
Get touched. After queen h5, other parts might get touched.
Yeah, like it's just
this is the idea, but
yeah, maybe he wants to go knight h6, but I assume there is something forcing that is winning, but also like if I long castle, like long castle bishop g4, maybe the game restarts. But yeah. No, this is just not a very good game by Guinness Estelle. He probably did not expect to be challenged as directly.
He hadn't studied that scheme or that mode of attack, and then Tabatabai is too strong a player to forgive in such a promising attacking position, which he really built by homework. It's not like he had to think about this. It's cashing in.
Yeah. Queen h5 not played yet, but I mean, I'm very sure EF5 is also winning, just much slower. Like it's hard to imagine that we should
allow black more defenders, but
and Queen h5 doesn't look like the calculations involved are particularly difficult. Gwen Jones is now a pawn down, but he has some attacking pieces on the king's side, which a bit further up. Apparently no compensation. I thought he had something, but the engine just doesn't love it. Yeah, d3, d4, which is, I mean, clearly a gamble. It's obviously not a blunder of the central pawn. You do this by design.
What design is that?
But yeah, I don't quite. I don't quite know what he thought he had here. I mean, the knight on g5 and the bishop on h6 look kind of vaguely threatening, but you're not really getting anyone to the h file here. If we could teleport the queen from d2 to h4 and play bishop f8, we would be maybe getting somewhere, but like how? It's the setup.
You're dreaming of that many of these openings in close Sicilians are based pretty much on, let's try to get these pieces over there and deliver checkmate. But most defenders are aware of that idea as well.
Yeah, and I think this is why queen c7 or queen d6 are such good moves here, stopping queen f4.
6, I just can't see you doing with the rook on d1. Wait. Yeah, and again.
We're just sort of preventing queen f4 from happening, just makes all the white's potential plans so much slower.
Also, you're so lost on the queen side. Like one day this pawn drops in c3. You never want to play with the rook here, giving up all dreams.
Yeah.
Checkmating. No, this is a tough spot for Dwayne Jones.
And he obviously had something in mind. Like if we go back to position after queen d7 and move 16, like he's a bit better here with not really a lot of risk whatsoever. And
always a bit extreme.
Yeah. I mean, obviously not a blunder. It's
what do you want to call it then? It's a move that leaves you in a lost position that gives a central pawn. How is it not a blunder? Just because he had something in mind? He always has something in mind. It's the definition of a blunder.
It's a sacrifice. It's a speculative sacrifice.
Any speculative sacrifices here?
Black
didn't go d4, but still somehow stabilized. There's no rooks here harassing you. They were there, I guess.
Yeah, queen c7, rook a7, rook b7, and
he didn't seem too eager to have a rook on a7, isn't
yeah, that's a bit.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's a bit weird. Yeah, not going rook a1, rook a7 in this position seems.
Maybe thought it's changed anyway after castles on queen c6.
Yeah, what we have currently is just very pleasant for black because the rook is now tied down to the protection of the f2 pawn, and he also played g4, g5.
I'm sure he had his reasons, but it's so ugly positionally. No, like
I'm not.
This knight ever completes journey like this. Oof.
Yeah, it is actually one move away in the current position. The h4, knight g6. He did play queen f2 to stop it from
already.
Yeah,
but extinguishing the fires, you afraid?
Yeah,
there's still other ways to get.
Yeah, exactly. Like why e7 still works. You do have to give up the pawn on b4 potentially, but I don't think you care very much. Yeah, I don't think you care very much. That knight on f5 once it's there is just going to be so painful, and also just dealing with this queen apparently is quite uncomfortable. So yeah, Saman doing quite well currently. 18 against 50 though. It is move 28, but 18.5 minutes against 50 is a bit promising for white.
Saman lost his game yesterday, but had a very strong tournament overall from what we could see.
Yeah.
Adiban, yeah, he's still suffering. That's the thing. You sign up for suffering the whole game and hoping that a well-timed g4 never crushes you. And especially knight g8, sort of saying, you know what?
Really provokes him, yeah.
Like, well, how about that g4?
Exactly, yeah. I'm not sure what he even wants. Like maybe he wants like takes and knight h6, but yeah.
Are you happy? Like,
I think these are exactly the kinds of positions you just lose because you just run out of
squares anymore.
Yeah. Like even with the queens off, your pieces just never go anywhere, and you eventually lose to something.
Of course, he shows up here, and it's going to be tough to keep you all in check.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a mystifying.
It's a bold strategy he played today.
Yeah.
We shall go on another brief break. In the meantime, do whatever you like. That's the truth.
That
See
is
you when it's over.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 6 of the Chessable Sitges tournament, still in full swing. I was just clicking through the games, but this position is not the most exciting one between Sumets and Korobov. Looks like things went rather well for Sumets. Last time we saw it, we had this knight c5, bc5, and we like Black's position. This knight went the other way.
Knight g5 doesn't really look like it's the direction it should be going. Yeah,
probably won't happen.
Yeah, and actually, just one move prior to the current position, I think the engine was saying that white is significantly better. I go all the way here. Yeah, bishop c1, bishop f4 I like, but after bishop c8, yeah, there was the option here to play queen d6 and just go after the structure, which wasn't for some reason chosen by Andrei Sumet.
Yes,
I guess queen e2 was a bit annoying him, but yeah. You have to see bishop d2, but if you do spot bishop d2 exists, you realize that rook f2 or even rook e1 suddenly become very, very important threats. So, yeah, had he played queen d6, I think Black would have been faced with a very unpleasant defensive task. Bishop g3 looks like a much easier move to face, and meek, yeah, a bit on the meek side. A lot of developments elsewhere as well. Anton Demchenko decided not to. He made it e6, mystifying.
Sometimes it looks like they don't even have engines supporting their move choices. But
yeah,
I thought he's trying to mix it by all means. Now he goes for a bad endgame. I don't understand.
Yeah, I guess he just didn't see knight f5 because bishop takes f6 was a big threat, and I think it was just specifically the existence of knight f5 here, which would have proven knight a4 a mistake. But you have to.
Frankly, I would expect him to spot this. It's not the hardest move in the world. So knight f5, everything starts flowing.
Yeah,
BC queen a5 check or
knight f5.
So not too surprised this works
here. Yep. And the move he made, yeah, the mystifying part really is the move he made, because now white just very clearly can take on d8, and I guess maybe even take twice and go knight f4.
Or the pilot switched on.
Yeah,
now, this is not horrible for some reason.
Yeah, the engine very much prefers knight f4 without the second trade on d8. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we need rook d3.
It's bad, but it's not the world.
Yeah, but yeah, knight f4 here apparently is just sort of very, very unpleasant for Black, because
time
you can't really do exactly the same for tactical reasons, but.
And the king just gets to c2. We're more or less winning.
Yeah, this endgame is just. It looks lost. I'm surprised it's not more than 1.5-ish that the engine gives white here. So, yeah, difficult position to play. Lots of pieces. They also left themselves. Both of them left themselves with not a lot of time, considering that bishop b6 is move 17. But yeah, not the cleanest played game ever.
How dare they? Yu Yang Yi has played pawn to e3. Looks a little counterintuitive because you're blocking off more transit roads for the rooks. But I'm assuming he has something in mind.
Still quite annoying for Black to make moves here. In some positions, I think the threat might be rook c5 followed by knight e6. I think it was also the threat after king g2. It's playable, but not that impressive. Yeah. Queen a7. I thought we can go like queen g6, knight c5 here. And if you take on c5, I thought I can play rook d4, and I guess the queen just returns to e7 and it's not made. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would be a way to. Yeah, that would be a way to lose the game on the spot, which is a bit regrettable.
Well, of course, he's not obliged to do any of this. Keep making half useful, improving moves, and keep Black guessing.
Yeah,
which of these things are threats?
Eventually, I think g3, g4 is probably the biggest threat we can generate, because there are really no good reactions to it.
Given all the time in the world,
or even bad. Yeah,
at some point you just win.
Yeah, so it looks like the way to continue here for Black does involve just giving up the pawn on c6 in some fashion, just to give yourself some squares to put pieces on, like either queen f7 or knight e4 or something. Just start shedding material.
Oops. Also, bishop g5 becomes a topic now.
Yeah.
We can't take with the knight because of this.
But we can take with the queen because we continue winning pawns in the center and on the queen's side. It's not that lost for black. Yeah, it goes like either queen f7 or bishop c5 and then king f7. And the evaluation suggests that maybe the engine actually will hold this, maybe even against another engine. But for a human, this obviously is a very, very difficult endgame to defend. Yeah.
They should put some engine in the field. Would crush them all.
Yes. Like the Mainz Classic 1999 or thereabouts.
I played a tournament with an engine once. Closed Grandmaster tournament featuring Hydra. I drew Hydra. I was very proud of me.
Yeah, I actually got a 1-1 result against Fritz in that. I think it was 99 actually, or maybe 2000, when there was a tournament in Mainz. There was like the Classic, which was like Karpov, Kasparov, Anand, and Kramnik, I think. And then there was this sort of a second division rapid tournament, which had 7 reasonably strong grandmasters, and I believe Fritz, the current version of Fritz. I think it was Fritz. And I lost some Grunfeld, but then I noticed that it had some trouble against Alexander Morozevich's French. And with the white pieces, I played a3, e5, e3 against it.
Cunning.
Yeah, and it did something incredibly stupid against the reverse French. I was borderline winning by move 10 and actually managed to convert it, which these days, like no matter how winning you are by move 10, you're still not beating any engine. But in those years, it was still somehow possible. What's happening here?
We went bishop h3 after all, so f3 parried the threat for now. Then Kirill returned with this knight, gave up on his plan. So things have changed, and now you can't take it, apparently.
You can, but it's not great.
The queen being far, far away.
Yeah, it's actually sort of similar to the game he played yesterday, only sort of with colors reversed, because there's
what is this? G5?
It's just some kind of cheating. This is just cheating. Like Queen 6, Rook F8. Like we just we ignore it. Yeah, we're rook down and we're making this kind of random moves. And
G5.
Apparently, we're completely fine.
Can't do that yet. Okay, so far from obvious, but your spider sense are probably telling you.
Yeah.
Dangerous. He didn't take. He went rook e2.
Did he?
No, he didn't. He's thinking about it. I thought.
Yeah. Rook e2 does seem like it's a of a saner choice, but I think you have to question knight bc4 a little bit. I think you could definitely make an argument for preparing for what is clearly being planned here for a bit longer.
Maybe g5, g4 was coming.
Having said that, knight bc4 is a very logical move as well, because black really positioned his pieces in such a way that knight bc4 creates a major threat. Knight e5, knight b6, everything. And if you force queen c7, which protects against all the threats I named, then you no longer have to think about bishop h3, and you can start.
I mean, think about what to do next, like going knight b2 maybe.
Yeah, it is kind of. I assume the idea was to play something like queen a3 here, maybe, and start. Then a4 might be stronger. I don't know.
Complicated.
Such a strange position to play.
Good news for Alexenko, who's a bit of a time trouble aficionado himself, is that he has 36 minutes while Kartikeyan, also not surprisingly, before you go bishop h3 and stuff, spent a lot of time. So this could be an exciting 20 moves to come, because they're only at 20.
Actually, his time advantage was even bigger earlier. In the last 3 moves, he spent 17 minutes on the move f3 and 11 minutes on the move knight bc4. Whereas Morley, Queen c8 took him a lot of time, but since then he is like on a very steady 6-7 minute per move diet.
It's not a great diet if you need to make 20 moves in 8
minutes. Yeah, it's not very promising. Yeah, he will have to speed up at some point.
We had a draw on the Hans Niemann game on board 2, where Petrosian wasn't particularly troubled by this rook e1 Berlin. So this time around, your rook e1 Berlin 2 draw theory did materialize. And then we have the big clash on board 3, where Grigoryan keeps saying, no, I want to do concrete stuff in the middle of the board. I don't care about my king. And Demchenko said, you were right, sir. I applaud your judgment, and I shall now suffer.
Yeah. this is pretty much what the story of the last couple of moves is, and yeah, sort of it would be quite logical considering what happened before if now White declined to enter into this very unpleasant endgame of the queen takes d8. Yeah, and just go knight f4 straight away, or I don't know, queen a3 or something. Yeah,
Pushing it, but
queen a3 probably. Shockingly, not a very horrible move. Yeah, but yeah, I'd much rather actually.
This is how I expect the game to continue.
Yeah, I don't know. Jordan probably completely stabilized, but will find it very difficult to win this position. In fact, he's still much worse. Yeah, I thought it was kind of okay, but the rooks are. The bishop on 6 is so annoying.
What do we take? Probably this.
Probably this, but we're still not really liking them very much. Yeah, because the rooks never get doubled on the d file, meaning that White just has an absolute free roll. King goes to e4, you put one rook on c6, eventually maybe you play bishop c4 and start pushing d4, d5. Just a very, very pleasant pre-roll here for the Singaporean player.
And you were right, queen f4 has been played. These guys are really, it's also horrible.
Yeah, now black is being black.
What is this game?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's begging.
Well, he really is asking for some kind of a tactic like this to land on the board and to then search for.
This is pretty, by the way. Threatening check, thinking c1, knight g2.
Yeah, this one looks horrible. Yeah, and if you go fe3 and move 21 for a second there, you are up a bit of material. Fe, bishop c4, bc. But then after knight f5, like, ooh, this collection of stuff is just, yeah. No, but why? I really hate this. Like, as is well established, I hate calling things blunders and I hate harshly criticizing strong players, but I just don't understand. It doesn't look safe. And you have a very pleasant endgame if you take on g8. I don't know. I think they are both sort of, romantic players who like playing with a lot of pieces on the board. But
I don't know, knock yourself out. Okay, it's also easier said than done to go for something like this, where could be an endgame, a piece down, or in middle game position, a queen down. Much easier to read it out when the computer says it's good, but all your instincts are crying. King in the center, there are a bunch of pieces.
Yeah.
Maybe we should stop moving the queen back and forth. Yeah. Is this the only good move?
Yeah, I guess maybe if knight fd5 and takes e3 is the only thing that works, then I would maybe take.
Where else?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery.
This is pushing it.
This doesn't work yet, but other things do. Yeah, we'll see how Anton approaches it, because you do at some point have to start calculating precisely, but Karen really is pushing him in the right direction here with his choices, because like queen a5, bishop c3, followed by bishop takes f6 doesn't look very attractive. Queen anywhere else makes no sense whatsoever. Knight ed5, queen takes c4. I assume is a slightly worse version of the same simply. I mean, it's playable, but you would much rather have a knight on f5 and not on f6 in those types of positions. So, yeah. But we've been expecting things to happen in this game for a while, and none of the things we've expected have actually happened. So,
yeah, this queen a5 on the board. Wow.
Okay.
c3.
Okay, dude.
Maybe black will insist on exchanging queens.
Yeah, but you're just not like, it might be okay, but
it's a better version than what we had earlier. There was so much more.
Yeah. It's all a bit incongruous, because he, I think from a certain moment onwards, made very conscious efforts to make this as sharp as possible. And with some help from his opponent, he did get an opportunity to make it properly sharp. And then queen a5 does feel like a bit of a bailout.
So did bishop e6 look like. This was getting a little too rich for his blood. You wouldn't mind exchanging queens and getting some sort of normal endgame. We will see how it progresses. But yeah, other than the quick draw, all three games on the top boards are fairly exciting.
Yeah.
So here's Bishop H3. This is this mess. And here's Yu Yang Yi. Sacrificed a piece. Trying to checkmate Altash Safarli, who is facing a very difficult decision at every move. Knight E4, you better be sure you're not just losing.
Yeah.
Waiting, white can do more comfortably than black.
You definitely have a lot more scope for improvement here. Eventually something bad will happen on the king's side.
By the way, I'm saying here, we don't even take on C6, we go H4.
I did notice, yeah, that it just goes H4, stops Bishop G5, and says we don't have to cash in at all. Actually, the first line continues being kind of comical. C5, Knight E6, Queen F7. No, thank you. Knight F4. I am not interested in all of your material. I would like to take on D5 though. Ah, this is the third apparently. Yeah, this is difficult. Chess as played as by modern agents is a very difficult game.
It's a bit sad, no? One can spend quite some time studying chess. You still don't get anywhere close to playing it well when it comes to these crazy positions. Humans just cannot do this. I would even think that's all humans in such a position. If you give it to Magnus and Fabi, I don't think you're getting engine-like play. It's just not a thing that.
Yeah, depending on time control. I mean, the very
you'll get closer, probably.
Yeah,
ratings get.
You'll get some approximation, but yeah, all of these things are, I think, beyond the scope.
Scope.
360.
So what have you been up to? You're watching your Cricket Hearthstone things, or how do you spend your time?
Yeah, for the next couple of days, I will have two different things on two different screens, but apart from that, not a lot of excitement. It's just a kind of a comfortable routine here. Wake up, have very nice Spanish breakfast, go back, watch friends compete for the World Championship with the cricket on the other screen, then go sit here, annoy you, then have a very pleasant dinner. Also with you occasionally, because annoying you is a full-time job. So
I'm good at that myself, though, so you don't have to.
You think I'm overdoing it a little bit?
No, it's fine. Annoying myself, I find ways. But I slept tonight, because I have this new hobby of not being able to sleep in the nights. It's not great, apparently, for overall awakeness. Although that sounds like I'm contradicting myself, because I'm awake many hours, just not that awake.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's the fake awake.
Life's very tough.
Yeah. You have some support in chat. Mr. Monopoly says, I've been practicing the no sleep hobby too.
It's not a good hobby to have, is it?
Yeah. It says, wouldn't really recommend.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
How do I get rid of it? I've never taken any sleeping pills or whatever you call it in my life, but I would like to sleep.
Yeah.
Is that just my...
This is a weird spot.
My body telling me, you have deep issues, dude, fix them, or where is it coming from? I've never had an issue sleeping.
Yeah,
I do have many other issues.
Yes.
But I don't want to have that one as well. Chat, I know most of you are medical doctors. Let me know. Sleeping pills, good, bad? Will I get addicted to them?
Yeah. What are the underwater rocks of sleeping pills? Queen a5 on, Queen g5 on the board here. Yeah, this is kind of playable. It's just sort of regrettable that a number of much more exciting opportunities have been missed. Smothered mate of NF7 says, if you don't sleep, you're not happy.
Yeah,
period.
that much we've established. We're looking more for fixes of the problem, not debating. It's not sleeping.
Yeah.
Bad.
Breathing exercises work best for me, says Zilft.
Huh. What does that mean? Serious question. Is it like just focus on your breath, breathe in, breathe out, or is there techniques?
I'm guessing some sort of meditation techniques are being referred to. Gukeli says, whenever I can't sleep, I put on a certain chess stream. Instant relief.
Yeah, I do similar things, but I usually just put on one of my basketball podcasts and in 10 minutes I'm out. But now, 5 hours of basketball podcasts every night. Ask me anything. BC4 on the board.
What's going on in the world of basketball? What are the hottest current stories?
You're putting me on the spot. Nothing is happening.
I'm pretty sure something is happening somewhere.
Yeah. I know, it's complicated. Boston and Milwaukee seem pretty good. Cleveland has an exciting young new team who we don't know if they're ready yet or not. Do the Lakers stink, or if Anthony Davis keeps playing the
There's this very, very exciting new guy who's like 220 and also can shoot 3-pointers and like, I think French, question mark.
Victor Wembanyama, yeah, he's not in the NBA yet. He will be the top draft pick next year, and most teams or all teams would be very happy to have him. But since in basketball, this is going to get very exciting for all our viewers. And they have this draft system where you can't just sign players. It's not like European soccer. And there's a debate how much teams should tank, try to have a bad result this season to get a better draft pick. And surprisingly, not as many teams have been tanking for Wembanyama as was expected. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, I don't really understand the sport, but I've seen some clips of him, and he appears to be unbelievably good at the game. Not just tall, but also kind of
tall and coordinated. Really good.
Yeah.
Alex Vane, who's very tall, but not 220. Seems like he did well here. He's still a pawn down, according to my count.
How is Black better?
The white pawns are still not impressive. So
yeah, Alex Kavura says Victor will get bullied.
I don't think so.
In what way?
No, people are saying he's too skinny. He's not physically strong enough, but it's a different game. Durant never got bullied, really. And if you're 220 and can shoot from the outside and handle the ball, I don't think you get bullied. I think he's perfect for the modern game. I think the bigger question is health issues, like injuries with these 220 people historically. Foot injuries have been a bit of a worry, but he looks very fluid.
Yeah. Can you please analyze the game of Mr. Dodges as Hans should? We would if we had access
never
to
on the
it.
boards. He never comes here.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing. Sometimes I see him. He doesn't say hi.
Yeah. He is playing a 15-year-old girl today with the black pieces and is hoping to break the cycle of violence, which so far saw him lose every black game and win every white game. But who knows what will happen? In Wayne's game, there was a massive change. Yeah, this one was drawn.
And Wayne Jones.
I think it's just straight up lost. Yeah.
Dead loss.
Yeah.
This A-pawn does look somewhat
pleasant. And Black actually took a very interesting choice there. Not very many moves passed since the last we looked, and Black took a very concrete approach here.
C6.
Yeah, and Rook D3 is probably not great. Yeah, but I guess he just missed C4, and Black just straight up completely ignored the idea of Rook takes D5. But now the A-pawn and Rook E8 is a good move. Yeah,
just stopping any bishop C4s. I don't know what happened after A3, but I guess this we should ideally not allow.
Does give white a shot here
because of the mating threat. The Rook EC8 just ends it.
Yeah, the A-pawn will cost the rook. Basically, will cost the rook. Yeah,
you hustle back.
Bishop F3.
What to say? A2.
No, this is lost. But like Bishop F3, Bishop D5, I thought was maybe giving you a little bit of hope, but I guess you just take on D5.
Getting any further.
Yeah, it's actually very concrete. Yeah, Bishop D5, Bishop C3, and you stop Rook A5, and A2 will cost that proverbial rook. We're also being told that Doji actually lost again. Sorry, that is very, very sad. Has he? That's
Tabatabai has won the game apparently by his opponent resigning after knight takes f5, not waiting for any more attack move.
Yeah, we discussed
That's
this
a bit early.
We discussed this earlier during one of the shows. Just how often do people straight up resign when it's not your move yet? And it's rare, but not unheard of. And there we have one such example. A somewhat interesting thing happened on our top board because Kirill Alexeyenko did choose rook e2 after bishop h3. I don't know how much he saw that absolutely insane line after GH, but he chose not to play GH.
He just took on G2 twice.
Yeah, and Morley is not just going back to E6 and
pieces.
saying, yeah, show me what your current ideas are. Took on G2 twice and played Queen E6, and now after Knight B2, White is very ready to bring the Queen back in from the cold, like Queen C4, Queen E2. Pretty much.
Surprised not more winning. It looks completely winning to me.
Yeah, I also had this exact same impression. I guess you're still somewhat discoordinated, and you can play like double on the D file, try to play bishop Queen G6, bishop G5, and you still have to spend some time coordinating here, but
apparently it's not. Rook G1 we can take, yeah. That's useful.
Yeah.
Making random moves just to get here. Now black also would be ahead.
Yeah.
Rook D6 played. Okay, still some intrigue.
Mm-hmm.
It feels.
Yeah, you should be able to consolidate somehow, but it will take more of an effort than you would have assumed, because specifically the Queen G6 bishop G5 plan is a bit annoying. And now let's say we go Queen E2, this trade happens, Rook A8 happens, and you would like to play Knight BC4, but that allows Knight Rook B3, and that's a bit awkward. So the engine does some slightly uncomfortable things, like it goes Queen F2, then it goes King E1, keeping the knights where they are, and then eventually you go Knight C4, whichever knight, I don't know which one is eventually being put on C4, maybe even Knight D4 to get some rooks off the board.
Yeah, it could happen, but it's not straightforward.
No. If this is best play, you definitely can't be certain that White wins.
More developments in our favorite game. Bishop F6, GF, Knight H5. He really enjoys putting these knights on the rim.
Yeah.
Whenever there's something to chase, the knights hit the rim. Takes the pawn.
Yeah, this really no longer looks all that horrible for black, because the king is kind of stuck in the center. Seems like you pretty much have to force black to take on A2 to just be able to castle, and then the material balance gets restored. Black structure still looks very, very ugly, but you do have two outside passers on the queen side to have the bishop there. It's not that bad. Probably not great, but not that bad.
Yeah.
And they sped up quite significantly, because it looked like they were on pretty much this exact time, both of them, in the Grigorian Demchenko game maybe 5 moves ago, and they're still on 13 and 16-ish. So they...
Yeah, this whole sequence of swapping down. It didn't cost them much time.
Yeah.
This. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Now, practically, I like Grigorian. And again, if you have to take here.
Yeah.
This is not.
B5 Knight C3 is not
helping my case.
Yeah.
Okay, there are no moves incoming here.
Yeah, Altach is very, very deep in thought here.
He did make a move, we can see on camera. He's walking around the camera. It's 5 minutes. In the future. We're live in the cameras 5 minutes in the future. Yeah, spend some time.
Yeah, chat says 94, Rook C6, Rook 6, Queen C6 happened, and then he took and played king f7, which is one of the top lines of the engine, and Yuengi is now thinking.
I mean, even if you might lose with black, it still feels like a good outcome somehow,
Yeah.
because you get some clarity, your moves are becoming much easier. You're no longer getting checkmated.
Yeah.
Problems you might lose.
Certainly.
Still.
Certainly true. Kirill on the top board chose h1 and not f1 for the king, which
That's what I chose as well.
Yeah.
But then I blundered. There's rook g1, bishop e3. And if you take,
yeah,
it's
you
becoming awkward.
yeah, because you really do need to have an additional piece covering this stuff, because yeah, with the king in the corner, it becomes very, very difficult to disentangle in all of these positions.
Here says f4, but who does that?
Yeah,
You might do it by elimination or whatever.
it's just not an easy choice at all. Yeah, I don't know if I would even consider it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's connected, I think, with a very specific idea. After bishop f4, bishop f4 ef, you now have the time to play rook g1, so you actually unpin your stuff, and allowing knight f3 apparently is so bad that black even takes on g1 and takes on d2 here, and probably holds according to like the current understanding is that 0-50 in a position like this is probably a draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, none of these things are remotely obvious to me.
Moves don't come easy here. There. Like 20 minutes away from the hardcore time travel. Although it's with it, so it's not really hardcore, the soft part. Jordan
is going to
still suffering.
Yeah, going to have a pretty horrid time of it. Because yeah, eventually you just go bishop c4 and d5, and that weakness on f7 becomes extremely problematic.
Not a good day at the office so far. For Mr. Van Verreest.
Yeah, what's happening in Isipenko's game against Kalyan? It's a bit further up. Because that line that we were actually discussing happened on the board all the way to queen b3.
Isipenko is in great shape.
Yeah, knight c7, queen b3, b5, and he played d4 here, which apparently is the correct approach. ed4, rook e8. Why is this so great exactly? Because you're just winning material.
So
Yeah, takes
b5.
b5. So. And yeah, the a5 pawn falls, I guess, because you can't allow that pawn to survive. So you're obliged to go cb and then queen b5, queen a5, and
We win.
we're better. Yeah.
You're left with this and pass you just.
Yeah, d4 very concrete. I didn't really expect it to be this strong, but seems to be very, very good.
Chipping away. Like Svan h5 looks naturally enough to fix the. Apparently, why it's just not better.
Well, the engine was even giving black a slight advantage, which it no longer does here for some reason, even though it does seem like black played a number of.
Would say yeah, take, but I don't think Drill's playing knight e2.
Yeah, not h1 up with d3 is maybe the kind of the dream outcome. It does allow g6, g5 though, which is something that I think black very much wants here to open up some things on the queen side.
Yeah, looks like black's just active enough to hold the balance. You're on bishop a3. It's a bit sad to read. Really stopping anything or attacking.
He is now apparently losing by force to the move bishop d7, which he shouldn't have allowed, which I think is sort of understandable because now you just get mated. The rook on c7 now cannot be attacked by anything, which means that the other one can come in via the h file. I don't know how obvious it would be in a practical game, but the engine just goes rook g1, creates a threat of bishop d7 in the meantime on the board. So king g8, you go rook g1, creating a threat of bishop takes e6, king f8, you go rook h1, king g8 only move, and now it goes for some reason to lose rook h2. But I'm wondering if we can already win by bishop b6, rook h6. Maybe it's a bit too early. Yeah, I mean, we're better but not winning. Yeah, and the engine basically prepares this, does this, and wins.
Cunning.
Yeah, which is not very good news for the young Dutchman. But really, bishop a3 is such an optimistic choice. Like, I understand it's incredibly painful, but you do need to get one pair of rooks off here. Like, no matter how poor the resulting position is, you can't play with 4 rooks on. You will just get mated.
Okay, looks like potential upset in the making there. Tin Jing Yao outplaying Jordan, who took a lot of liberties early in the game. It hasn't really worked. Are they ever going to put this on the board? How far behind can we be from?
Yeah, we're some way behind here apparently. Yeah, because it really does look from the camera that this entire sequence happens. So I don't know why we're so behind.
So it did look like he made a move and was walking around at least a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, you can see the black king somewhere on the f76 squares. Knight is on e4. Yeah, our chat clearly isn't lying to us. It's just that we are still lagging quite badly. Yeah. King f7.
Or king f7 first.
And weirdly, and this was also pointed out to us by chat, weirdly after rook d5, bishop c5, best play involves just playing f2, f3 and giving the e3 pawn up this check. I don't know why it's so strong, but yeah, the engine very much likes this idea of driving the knight away to c5 and then playing f4, king e3.
Not very obvious, I would say.
No, not at all. But
wait after knight c5, see.
But once you get here, you sort of understand. Because king f3 is a very annoying threat, and you do want to break the coordination and eventually maybe just play g4, create the 3 connected passers and start pushing them forward. Yeah, chat says Iltach perhaps played rook c8 instead of bishop c5 after king f7, rook d5. But once again, difficult to see from the screen.
We will find out eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
With bated breath.
Eventually.
Here, things are slowly sort of normalizing. White is a bit better, but
yeah. Massive developments on our top board.
Oh, this happened. A different version of this.
A different version of this, yeah.
Rook d1.
Yeah, and here rook d2 is basically equalizing because after bishop takes d2, which I think looks logical. Can you
start us? So why not rook g5?
I guess queen f6, right?
F6.
Yeah, and you can't protect the f3 pawn properly. Yeah, it doesn't look right. But bishop d2, rook d2, queen e5, I guess, is what spooked him. But then after queen f6, once again, like f3 is hanging, meaning that you get some kind of an endgame, which is maybe a little bit worse, like rook g2 here. And maybe you convince yourself that this is dangerous. But with the bishop against knight, with pawns on 2 flanks, you're never really in too much trouble here. g5, f6, king f7, king e6. Instead, he went bishop e3, queen e3. Now he is more or less obliged to play queen g1 because if you allow white to stabilize with knight c4, pretty much any knight, you will never have any counterplay. So queen g1 played, and this is supposedly completely lost, but it's completely lost, I think, to a very, very specific reason.
You'll find this move?
Yeah, which is this queen b6 idea, which I, even having seen it on my screen, I still don't understand why it's so great. I guess the point is that after queen b6, we're not allowing black. I mean, the rook on d2 will not be able to go anywhere but d1, I think is the point. Like if you play, let's say, I don't know, rook d7, we take on c6, and we keep connecting our queen to the sort of the bottom rook of the pair, or this, yeah. And obviously, if the king escapes from the back rank, you're probably lost. So you would like to play something like rook e2 and rook d2 or rook c2 and rook d2, but you're never allowed to, because the queen continues chasing the rook that is behind. Is king takes g1 worse? This actually throws the advantage, yeah, because now if the queen b6 from d6 in the same position, the rook gets to give a check from g6. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Still difficult. I think it's very difficult. I think it's a lot more difficult than it might be suggested by the evaluation.
Also, the hand normally wants to play king g1, no, get the king on. We'll see.
Yeah.
In Jordan's game, this scenario is happening.
Including this rook h2 move, which is...
It's a nice move. To think about anything here?
Yeah. Declining to force matters for now, but black is just so completely tied up. You have no moves. Difficult to even imagine. Bishop before now, I guess we can come in already. Like rook. Yeah. This now wins because bishop in that perfect previous position, bishop b2 would have been a move, but we control the c3 square, so this looks completely lost. And apparently Gawain is escaping. We're being
how?
Because black didn't find rook takes. Yeah.
So he did all the right stuff. Now,
a2 is
got a little overzealous.
a2 and Gawain played
knight f7.
Knight f7.
King f7, rook a2, and maybe you survive.
Yeah, even after knight f7, bishop g7 apparently was giving black a massive edge. Maybe even a straight up winning edge. But yeah, this suddenly you can't really avoid the perpetuals. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, very nicely saved by
break.
Yeah, very nicely saved by Gawain, who did not despair and continue.
What do you mean very nicely saved? It was -5, the opponent just didn't do it.
Well, you have to find the idea of rook a1, knight f7.
To resign.
You play bishop d5, you check, rook takes d5, that's played, you resign, yeah.
It was nice.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, now specifically knight e5 check, because otherwise the king might run, but you can't. Yeah, this now just loses. So you have to go into the corner and
attack all the rooks.
Yeah. So yeah, a bit of a lucky break here for Gawain, who honestly did not really play the first part of the game particularly impressively.
Wow.
But
he made up for it with a very nice knight f7.
Yeah. Nice little cheapo there, which does look like it will save the game by him. What's happening in the all Indian clashes a bit below.
Start here. Of course, he got to f5, but white also got some stuff.
Yeah, white picked up the pawn before, and it didn't really cost him seemingly too much.
Yeah, still all to play for. Peter was yelling here every now and then that black is much better, but nothing too obvious by now. I'm not sure I like t4.
Yeah.
Roughly equal.
Yeah, very sharp position, very difficult to assess. In the other one, white is just completely winning.
Oh, Puranik is losing the threat here.
Sankal Gupta just in full control against Puranik. Why is GF so bad? I guess even bishop takes e8 is completely winning. You don't have to be fancy. And some more, yeah.
Take it nice and slow.
Yeah, and if you take with the knight on f6, you can play bishop a6 and convert your very promising passer on c7 into a full exchange, and then just win it quietly.
Yeah, no, here in a sense it's winning, but it's not.
Well, I mean, the a pawn will.
We'll attack here.
Yeah, we will spend a couple of tempi, getting the king back to normal squares, and then the a pawn will run.
Launch some last ditch offensive, but should be parried.
Yeah, as long as you keep your hand here, yeah, you should be winning.
Adiban, the opponent cannot quite pull the trigger just yet here. Go G4.
Yeah, it's either stuck or I think with the
Probably
0-0-0,
stuck, yeah,
it's probably
0-0-0.
stuck, or maybe they agree to draw somehow. Maybe although I don't think Uzbeki youngsters take draw for in positions like this, honestly. Even though
Most people don't, frankly. I understand he's low rated.
Yeah.
He hasn't played the game at all like he's playing for a draw.
Mhm.
You get the chance.
Yeah. Kirill, in the meantime, did find queen g1, queen b6. So if he continues playing precisely here, the engine does suggest he is completely winning, but
he seems to spot a lot of stuff, Kirill.
Well, still,
just I said he's supposed to be good at chess, but also very specific calculations in weird positions.
Yep. Yeah, queen 6 here looks very logical, and honestly, just like the idea here is very understandable. You just always keep in touch with the rook that is not on d2. Finally, planning to find a moment to play knight c4 while the
queen hits the other rook.
Yeah, while the other rook is still attacked, and then the king gets out, and once the king gets out, like it's completely hopeless. Yeah. So you would assume he gets there from here.
Yeah, the take.
He also has 18 against basically the increment, which I think improves his situation even further.
Yeah, his general plan to win every game so far seems to be working out nicely.
Yeah,
got him the tournament lead.
Yeah, rook dd8 played, and now you play queen c7, and you continue sort of staying in touch.
You need to spot these tactics that here you can take. Nothing bad happens. Like
They're
time.
Not, yeah, but they're not very difficult. You have to manageable.
Here you buy this tempo you need.
Eventually, yeah, you get some kind of position like this, force rook d1 check, and then black is completely and utterly hopeless. So we will quite likely still have somebody on 100% after today. As you confidently predicted before the round started.
Very confident. Right, let's stick around until the top boards make the time control. And here, yeah, Morelli in particular doesn't have a lot of time left. C8, rook d8.
Doesn't really do very much.
Maybe the last difficult move. Not impossible either. Demchenko looks like he's coordinating well.
Yeah, these are still very, disjointed pawns, but white also isn't putting that much pressure on the structure, so looks survivable for black. I'm not even sure in practical terms. I would be sure I was worse here. This is very stuck. Yeah,
this game seems frozen because they've made like a bazillion moves since. Maybe there's a problem with the DGT board. We can see the players there on camera having reached that end game we debated earlier. Not sure. There's a tech issue there. Jordan has just to sit there and wait for the maybe inevitable.
The hammer to fall.
Our computer likes this king d3, d5, ed, e6.
I guess we just get paid.
That is, but
but
start with d5. Okay, you're still winning, but you don't want to take here because now you've given black a moment to break free.
But just choosing a square and going there and just playing e6 next move might still be very strong. The beginning with king d3, or I guess maybe even king f3.
So disgusting. Black can't move a single sensible thing. Yeah, it just controls both rooks completely. So,
now apparently we've lost the bishop takes e6 and rook h2, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, it's just Jordan has really done a number on himself today by trying to avoid theory.
Alexenko, in the meantime, he has it all figured out.
Yeah. So what happens if rook 2 d7? What happens here?
Which rook?
Rook 2 d7.
Yeah, which rook?
The d2 to d7.
So, queen goes away.
F6. I'm trying to somehow disconnect the queen. Yeah, queen takes A5, and it's just disgusting. Like we just continue collecting everything, and then I still have the knight c4. Yeah. Very upsetting. Yeah. What are our thoughts on tomorrow's final of the Speed Chess Championship, which is
Is it tomorrow? Oh.
Yeah.
Carlsen Nakamura?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. Sounds something like something that is eminently watchable, even if it clashes with the final, which it probably doesn't, knowing how Magnus feels about the World
Pretty
Cup.
sure Magnus watching the football final. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, score predictions are very difficult. It's Magnus beat MVL very comfortably in the semi-final, and then said in the interview that he never really felt like he had any flow going, which I think is...
That's why he keeps saying, he crushes everybody and then says, I played terribly today.
Yeah.
Must be nice. No, what we've seen. Hikaru and Magnus clashes being pretty close. Like these seem to be clearly the top two with these time controls. And I think Magnus is the favorite because I always think he's the favorite, but other than that, just sounds like fun.
Did he lose one of them to Hikaru, or has he?
I don't think he's lost in this format to Hikaru.
He lost in the semis to MVL. To MVL, yeah.
Speaking of lost, Kartikeyan just resigned. Yeah, I've seen enough. Good job by Kirill.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the key moment. With the fact that Kartikeyan spent so much time on these earlier decisions here. Here was the last chance. Although this was not easy, but Kirill just
I guess
played all the best moves, which helps.
I think you, as black, you just miss queen takes g1. I think you calculate king takes g1. You realize you will have rook d6 check. You assume you will probably have enough counterplay, or at least like it looks like you might, and you stop there. You no longer really are. In particular, if you're low on time, you stop somewhere here. You think, okay, this is not very obvious. I'm losing, so why do I need to calculate further? But Kirill had time, and he found queen b1, queen b6, and there was no defense after. So yeah, nicely controlled game by him. In general, the engine disagrees with the choice of king h1 over king f1, but from a human perspective, I think it's an understandable decision.
Yeah, sole leader of the tournament, 6 out of 6 for Kirill Alexeyenko.
And hang on a second, let me check one thing.
Please, can't wait. What fun fact you have in store waiting for us?
He might be a full point ahead of the field before the rest day, because of the top boards, really only UMD potentially is much better, but he's actually upfloated against El Taj. So if UMD wins, he will be on 5. And Niemann already drew against Manuel Petrosian, and currently you would assume Grigoryan Demchenko is likelier to be a draw than anything else, even though it's a sharp end.
Yes, any result could happen in this one. Even black winning, I guess, it's the least likely, but with the bishops and the a-pawn instead, 1 foot wrong. A4, bishop e5.
Don't
not ruling anything out here.
Don't disagree. But it is possible that he leads by a point going into the World Cup finals tomorrow.
That'd be amazing.
Will be pretty good.
Is it possible that Jordan gets out of this? This is move 40.
Yeah.
Now White has some added time. This, I'm not sure how tough a move that is, but this idea to go d5 and d6 does seem logical.
Yeah. Is bishop takes e6 winning? Probably is, yeah. I mean,
always
winning,
like half winning with the bishop on f8, b5. Not exactly over yet.
Yeah. Yeah, something like this.
I guess you expect to win, but do you want to free these rooks?
Yeah, there has to be cleaner solutions, and I think the trick is just to spot the idea of playing d5, not to recapture, but just to sort of move the pawn on e6 away from the e6 square, and then just give mate with e6. And there's really no stopping it. Once this setup happens, black is just entirely helpless against the attack.
It's opposite color bishops, which helps the attacker, and the rooks then move. So it's easy to explain, but it's not so easy to think of.
But yeah, white does have more than half an hour now, this being move 41, so you can pause and assess.
This game is not yet at move 40, this is move 31, so maybe we'll watch it a bit till the time control clash on board 3. Between Grigoryan and Demchenko. Well, yeah, unfortunately, the Yu Yang Yi Safari game seems stuck for us. We're not getting fresh moves in there. So we can only judge facial expressions. Safari, I don't know, looks like he's thinking about the position.
Yeah, he looks either calm or resigned, you know. I get it. And I'm getting the resigned vibe specifically from our chat telling us that the current position is horrible because they know what the current position is somehow. We don't.
Yeah, maybe it's more frustration.
Mm.
You see Jorn in the background, also calculating.
Yeah, Jordan must not be too happy about how this. And King D3 on the board as well. Yeah, just
this happened.
Just a nicely,
just
a very nicely played game by white here.
What's with the door? Why does it seem like someone's banging every 2 seconds? Is it the wind?
It is probably the wind. Or
I know you don't believe in ghosts. So...
Yeah, exactly. Or possibly poltergeist. Yeah, you can never rule out poltergeist entirely.
Not sure it's serious. Poor Jorn. But he did it to himself. It's the usual tricky balance between. Do you risk having it being a quick draw if you play mainline theory, or how do you like your chances? If you mix it a little today, you mixed it a little too much. And also, of course, if you start playing stuff you're not so familiar with, it can also mean that your moves suffer a little because you haven't spent that much time studying it. Always love storylines to be made up if someone loses. Let's see too. How is Demchenko not winning this? The 8-pawn just keeps running.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of knight c2.
Have this.
What's the weather like in Sitges, asks Carnicero.
Today was beautiful. I went for a walk after getting up, 2 p.m. and the sun was shining. Not warm, but also not cold. I don't know what that means, like 16, 17 degrees. That was just lovely.
I think it was a bit colder than yesterday, but yeah, it was perfectly fine. Yeah, I took a bit of a bike ride.
Ooh, Mr. Bike Rider.
Mr. Bike Rider, yeah.
Exciting stuff.
Very.
Where did you ride the bike to?
Into town to buy some things at the Carrefour Express that I spotted yesterday. As it turned out, it was a scouting expedition, which allowed me to fully cash in today on my acquired intelligence.
Congratulations.
I am very proud of myself.
To find a small store in town. They're only every 30 meters.
I was looking for very specific things, which I'm not sure were available in any other of the small stores in town. Do not diminish my intelligence gathering abilities.
What very specific things could you have gotten in Carrefour Express? Where I've been, I didn't see anything very specific.
Well, they're not very exciting.
Well, what would you buy? You would probably buy like nuts or something.
No. It's actually not even for me. I bought something to bring home.
Or gifts in the Carrefour Express. Very specific gift.
Yeah, I don't know if you can call them gifts, but
ibuprofen.
Something, as unimpressive as ibuprofen, but I don't think it was necessarily ibuprofen.
We won't find out. A4 plate by Demchenko.
Yeah. Pass pawns must be pushed or something. No. Too late. I was already touching it when you told me not to touch it, so
Can't touch this. The cameras also have the 5-minute delay. Yeah, the board is just stuck in the Yu Yan Yi game. That's why we get confused. I don't know. Grigoryan, he's playing a shaky game today. Yeah, you can justify a bunch by practical choices and trying to mix it, but he's also on a pure good moves per 10 moves scale. He's not doing great.
not really, no.
Jorn with probably a heavy heart when King G8.
And now,
this
yeah,
helps against this operation. Now this
even
this,
if 5 is coming in, yeah, and you continue having no moves against it, and you just get mated on the king side. Yeah, oof. It's a bit too ugly.
it all ends.
Yeah, Jordan is trying to provoke bishop takes e6, I guess, and then in the end he will once again have bishop b2. That also, like, the engine likes this for white regardless, but it's unnecessary, I think.
Also, King d3 has indicated willingness to follow up with d5. Now I'd be surprised if it didn't happen.
f5 here, bishop f5 might also be. Oh no, that actually allows bishop c5, so that's less clear.
We can go back.
Yeah, but then we go back and then e6. Yeah. Yeah, if he doesn't lose this, it will be by this point quite a major surprise.
Yasipenko is also winning. And these clashes over here, Aryan Chopra. Looks like it's equal for whatever reason. I don't know what the eye test says. Horsey good.
But the bishop on c, pawns equal, bishop on c7 kind of controlled, bishop on c5 quite good. Yeah, I can understand this being equal. Yeah, the other one actually became much less clear. Somehow white gave up the c7 pawn and did not win.
No, it didn't go for it. Swap down. Trying to win directly. Failed.
Yeah, white is still better, but obviously this is a huge big improvement for black compared to
have pawns c7.
Yeah.
No, this might be tenable even with best play. Okay. Where do we go? Stuff happened here again? Why bishop?
That was
bishop b5.
Yeah, bishop b5 looks like a
screaming out to be played.
Whoa,
he's going for the full Monty.
Yeah, absolutely unnecessary positional exchange sacrifice.
I don't understand anything about this game.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to bamboozle us. Might
still be a draw.
Much bamboozling going on, yeah. Like, you're not playing for a win here with black. Yeah, you might be okay-ish, but yeah.
They will b4, right? So it's
very similar, yeah. Yeah, I guess he makes a draw, but yeah. It looked like he was actually better after bishop b5, which is the... And if bishop c6, we just take on... Rook dc8 is very strong. Yeah. Rook dc8, and then we take on c1, take on d4, and start pushing the a pawn. Yeah. Even a3. This looks very, very dangerous for white. It very easily passes the eye test. Also, didn't take on c6 because why would
some tension?
Yeah, why would we guess a single move in this game? Giving white the option of bishop f3 d1, which wouldn't have been there. Like, your bishop on b3 is a major reason why you're maybe not losing, and now it can be challenged.
It's a challenging game, but they will be at move 40 soon.
Soon, yeah. Pretty soon.
Two top votes have finished. Kirill Alekseyenko won. Hans Niemann drew. And this game, unfortunately for us, is stuck from the intel we get He is on his way.
Yeah, we can maybe
Victory.
put the position which we know did happen on the board and keep it there, but okay. Okay. No, not insisting.
And Frederik Svane is once again better, according to
Yeah, there's apparently much better, yeah.
sources.
Yeah, because white is just completely tied up and nothing really goes anywhere. I guess the plan is very simply to put like the king on c5 and then maybe even trade like a lot of rook b1 I think just loses you the game here. So I guess you go rook a1 and we go king d6. And first of all, it's difficult to make move. And secondly, I guess I want king c5 and then maybe just, I don't know, rook a4 and b6 or something eventually. Prepare it and then go into this endgame.
Yeah, unpleasant defensive task for Jules all of a sudden. Probably not what he expected when he went for this endgame pawn up. We are. Okay, bishop f3 played by Karen. Jordan is disgusted by looking at his position. Looks at the neighboring board.
If only he could somehow
hear us
telepathically tell us what the position on the neighboring board is so that we could update the viewers who I'm sure are on tenterhooks waiting for that info. Yeah. WM Hendricks says you is about to have 5 pawns for the night, which is fun.
It's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, also a lot of fun.
Topchenko game. It's coming to the wire. Topchenko. It's taking a fair amount of time, considering you should take that pawn or maybe not.
Those are the two choices he's faced with.
Yeah.
Do you ever play 95 here? I guess rook c8 or d8 might be with a 9.
So if you want to play knight g5,
you could have taken on c6, yes.
Here.
But it would be, I think, very much on point if you if you didn't do it on the previous move and then suddenly decided to do it one move later. Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
Nobody knows, yeah.
Tin Jingyao is enjoying his position so much. He keeps making small rook moves, cashing in. Maybe he calculated that things are easier with the king on h8. But now he can go for this. But e6 is actually a mistake. No, there's life in the black position.
Yeah, some path to bishop d6 here, maybe used
not
to
the way.
yeah.
Oh.
I guess,
F5 is
yeah,
still the
yeah. d5, f5 is still crushingly strong, yeah. See, 95.
You're right. Yeah, this
I'm
is
guessing,
a great game too.
I'm guessing the hang of it
hang.
finally, yeah. And now rook
is sort of lost.
Yeah, rook c8 is now a problem. Because you can't go king g7, rook g8. I guess you just lose to the pin.
This is a weird game. It's just too much creativity.
And white, yeah, of course, decides not to give this check.
Okay, f5 with seconds on the clock. I'm not blaming him for.
Yeah, now the logical thing to do would be to play king g7 because before that pawn lands on f6 and mates you, but
what's he gonna do?
Yeah,
before
obviously not that. I don't know exactly what, but obviously not that.
Feels like fairly obvious choice. Rook c6 maybe can give you some pause.
The wind is.
We only knew it was the wind.
What are the other options? Is it the headless Nick type situation or
who? Headless Nick?
The headless Nick, yeah.
Oh, I reference to stuff I don't watch. Who's headless Nick?
He is the official ghost of something. Probably.
Sit down. Is it Harry Potter?
I Have you not watched the entire thing with your kids? Are they a bit
Harry
too
Potter?
young? They're a bit too
I
young.
got my daughter to watch the first 3, but she said, enough Harry Potter, leave me alone.
Okay.
Let me watch cartoons.
Okay. Respect.
You don't know what cartoons she's watching?
Is it still Paw Patrol or?
No, my son likes Paw Patrol, he's 2. And yet, he had a long Fireman Sam face, which I like much better than Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol. It's too stressful, all these cuts all the time. There's too much stuff happening. Also, I don't buy the premise of a team of dog puppies being the go-to force to call whenever there's an accident in town, and then they arrive with their high-powered equipment. I don't think we should rely on puppies for police work, fireman work. So I like Fireman Sam.
Who is an actual human fireman?
Fireman.
Okay.
Really good as a job. Humble, down to earth. Does not ever say a bad word about his colleague Elvis, although Elvis, he's a bit slow. So he's a role model.
Fair enough. In the meantime, d5, e5, f5 happened in the Tingjin Chao versus
No more messing around.
Yeah. Just completely lost now. You just get mated.
Oh, you are.
Yeah. No, this is a bit painful.
Oops, this would help. So much to analyze, frankly. Any piece to any square.
Yeah.
You can give 2 checks.
Yeah, this is not a
Will be over.
not a very exciting position to discuss, yeah.
Let's see. I think Bishop D1. We're about to make the time control. Even this game, which also, since it's been such a fun game, I hope will last 80 moves from here, which doesn't seem impossible. White trying to win some drawish, but not completely gone. And 2 rooks versus rook and knight situation. As I say that, Demchenko decides to blunder with knight b4. And
Yeah.
now it's move 40. After rook c3, he's apparently dead lost.
Yeah, because he loses touch with the a4 pawn. Rook g3 check after 95 is a bit of a problem. And yeah, now you just 2 against 2 on one side is not going to be very promising.
Here we'll just get out hustled.
Mm.
The line I'm showing is a bit random, but you would believe that White is winning here.
And also it's move 41, so I think rook c3 is entirely findable. Looks like a logical move. And
probably that move you blitz out more often than not. Rook d6.
Rook d6 is also fine, yeah, but just like forcing the trade of bishops does seem like a very logical thing to do. And the only thing really you need to see is that 95 doesn't force any kind of repetition because rook g3 check exists.
Yeah.
Very strange game. Just a very, very strange game where it feels like both of them were playing way below what they're capable of.
It's been a roller coaster ride of emotions. And to recover from all that excitement, we'll go another break, then come back for the final segment of today's round number 6. We can already tell you that we have a sole leader of the tournament in Kirill Alexeyenko. But Peter, I'm sure, will figure out everybody that could get within 1 point of him.
And that is
when we get back.
Well, I mean, Karen currently will be half a point behind, right?
I say you'll figure it out after the break.
I've already figured it out.
Okay, then nothing after the break.
None more efficient.
Welcome back, everybody. 6th round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. And we have an update on the Yu Yang Yi Safarli game. Finally, something's happened, and somehow they got here, where according to my count, he currently has 6 pawns for the knight. One of these pawns will disappear. And it's, according to the computer, not as winning as it looks like.
But we also are in agreement with Jan. We were discussing it a bit while we weren't on air. That in practical terms, I guess white wins this much more often than not. But yeah, it's tricky to you basically have too many of them. You don't know which ones to push, I suppose, and
Which ones to keep, which ones to give up.
I mean, A2 is gone, and then I guess the rook comes to G2, and you start getting asked those types of questions, like do you give up the G pawn, for instance, to perhaps put the other one on A4 and the rook on A3? I think that probably is an ideal scenario, which black probably will not allow. Like if I go rook D2 here, I think A4 immediately gets met with rook A2. Rook D4, rook A3 is a massive mistake in my understanding. So yeah, it's tricky. It's very likely to go to the wire. I think a lot of decisions here will not be obvious at all, so people will burn time. And yeah, this one is a keeper.
Lucky us, something to watch. And we would expect this just to be lost if the A-pawn falls, even if a pair of rooks get traded. I think you just don't hold with F7 and H6. No?
Yeah.
Sure, how we do it, check.
Rook G3, rook G4 is the simplest way to pick it up, yeah. And then I guess the setup I would be like dreaming of here is like knight to G6, rook on the 5th. I think if I trade, I'm completely lost. I think I have to, yeah, I think this one is utterly hopeless because without the support of a rook, the knight gets dominated so much, yeah, that I don't think this is difficult. But first of avoiding the trade of rooks will be difficult. But even if you somehow manage that setup that I was talking about, like knight E5, rook G3, knight G6, yeah, that also doesn't look like this should hold.
Yeah, we've already helped to give black the best possible setup.
Yeah, it will take some work though. Like if black achieves some kind of a setup like this, it will take some effort, but yeah, eventually, yeah, you can only hold the shape for so long. Not expecting the game to be over anytime soon, but do expect this to end in white winning. Jordan in the end,
he just resigned.
Well, he played bishop c1, and then after rook takes c1 realized that he actually just gets mated after rook takes d7, rook h1 check. And then f6 and rook gh2, or f6 with f6 is actually mate and 6. This is also mate and 6. Yeah, doesn't really spoil much. But yeah, rook gh2 coming, and yeah, just a very straightforward win from here. Nicely played game by Tingjing Zhao.
Tough game for Jordan.
And yeah, an unpleasant loss for Jordan, who I think is fair to say that he sort of made all the running in all the wrong ways by consistently avoiding normal continuations, which perhaps weren't unclear enough for his liking, and eventually he got a position which wasn't a draw, but it was.
Well, so we go with that narrative because he's a much higher rated player. If this was black being a 2400 player,
yeah,
but play it
sure.
fair and square.
But also, if we just go back to like knight b6, queen c5, and I saw it, like I don't know how sure I would be of that in game, but you can actually go knight d7, knight b6 against pretty much any queen move, and you have to prove you have a better move than queen c5 here. Like, I mean, you can play knight e2, but yeah, I think d4 is hanging. I'm pretty sure you can't just completely ignore it.
We don't want.
Yeah, this is like compared to similar positions he got in the game, it's way like 10 times ahead or something. No, he was very consciously avoiding things like this. So I don't think we're inventing a narrative here. I think, if you play a5, bishop g2, knight c6, b8, it is pretty sure that you are just being fancy to avoid doing normal stuff, which might lead to repetitions.
Fair enough. We also still have the Gilles Moussard, who so far hasn't had a great tournament, but he did win 2 games after dropping 2 draws early on. And
yeah,
today,
he'll have to make a draw
for his draw.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to, like, G2 is basically gone. You can't defend this position passively. Like, if you try to hang on to the G2 pawn, you're kind of lost. So
this looks normal to me, but apparently it's not the way to go.
Yeah, the engine hates this for some reason, much prefers Rook F1. I don't really understand why.
Who plays Rook F1?
Yeah, I don't know. But it does basically claim that this is probably a draw and the other one is probably a black win.
Hit the pawn.
Yeah. In fact, it doesn't even take on G2. I think it prefers, in terms of winning chances, to go King C5 before, just to make sure that the A5 pawn is gone from the board, so you don't have to worry. But then White gets sort of active enough. Yeah. The king is very misplaced. But you do have to play quite precisely here for Jules. He eventually drifted into a position which he will not have to defend. Adiban is still playing. We did get this position with a pawn on G5, but at least one knight kind of escaped the cage a little bit.
Still in a cage. Bigger cage.
Slightly larger cage. And interestingly, the engine absolutely insists you have to play 6A5 here to kind of avoid being put into the same cage, to just, trade some pieces. If this forces bishop takes b6, I can definitely understand it, because I think, getting rid of at least one of the bishop there is a massive improvement in fortunes here for black for sure.
Okay, Adiban suffering, but not hopeless. Meanwhile, the A-pawn has disappeared in Grigoryan versus Demchenko. Black got some activity for a moment, but it's always temporary. The 2 rooks just controlling the board.
Yeah, it'll take White a while to sort of reestablish full control here, but it's unavoidable. There's no way Black can actually generate enough activity for it to matter.
Did it freeze again? Oh, no, they just made the time control and
It's a difficult decision. Yeah, you have to figure out how to set up from here. You can start trying to move the king side forward immediately. You can play king f3. You can do a number of things here.
Probably forward.
Yes, a4 in general feels like not the order of the day. Very unusual material balance, I have to say. 5 against the piece.
6.
Well, yeah, 6, but will be 5 in a moment. So he didn't take on a2, he went rook d2 instead. Yeah, actually, a very understandable choice, because it's very easy to think of the a pawns as being one pawn, and the pawn on d4 is a kind of a separate entity. So you want to pick that up and then maybe go back to d2 and pick up the other one as well. But yeah,
king f3 played. Take it.
Yeah, I guess if you take now, we play king e2, and we maybe even fight a little bit against this idea of rook d2 takes a2, so we preserve both for the time being. Yeah, very peculiar endgame, but you do expect to lose it, I think, with black.
Tash looks tired.
Yeah, and he's nowhere near done here. And this will last a while. 3 against the knight on one side is a draw, right? But obviously any 4 against the knight with the rook's gone is immediately resignable.
I think so, yeah. I think also with the rook's gone. No. So it depends a bit where pawns are, but 3 against the knight is still a draw, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I think it's a draw. I mean, obviously, if they are very far progressed and well connected, it's not. But if we're talking about sort of starting positions, yeah, some kind of a setup like this.
How do I trade rooks?
Is this? It is sort of table baseable, right?
Yes. Properly.
Because I'm never sure about anything. Yeah, just a draw. On the starting position, it's just a draw. But like, is it possible to, like, if we make 4 moves for a while?
That I will manage all by myself.
Okay, interesting. I put on a kind of a position like the one that you're analyzing, and I made one really horrible move for black, and suddenly half the moves, including some that look sort of normal, are now losing. So there will be reasonably thin margins there.
I'm playing too well.
Yeah,
It's a draw, probably.
Yeah, you're not making any mistakes here, but yeah. Karen Grigorian found a cute way, I guess, to capture the knight, because if you take one f2, I guess we just go king g2.
Very important. Fancy here. You shouldn't just cover.
I mean, king g2 followed by rook g2 is, or rook a8. So yeah, the knight has no moves and cannot be supported by anything. So it's a cute little tactic there. Yeah, black gets a version of what we were discussing in 95 rook somewhere. Maybe you get to play 96 and support stuff, but
you just lose. That's the problem.
Yeah, you lose long term.
You don't have enough thingies.
And the regrettable thing is, basically, it's more or less impossible to misplay for white, right? It might take you.
Everyone's going to win this. You might mess up along the way, and it might take 100 moves. But how do you not win? You just try to generate threats at some point.
Yeah, I think maybe if you push the f pawn a bit too early, like you get it to f5, you make no progress. You give black like a stable setup with, I don't know, king on f6, knight on e5, rook on an active square. It could become tricky. I think it's possible.
6 with a pawn f5. Why would you?
Yeah, but you do need to kind of break some very, very cardinal rules of how you convert disadvantages to get into a spot like that.
Jules is still thinking.
Yeah, down to 19 minutes and obviously struggling with the choices here because rook f1 is not an obvious or an easy move to make.
Yu Yang seems to confidently make a move every now and then. Probably a good idea.
Just goes h4 here, which is, I guess he wants
h4
h4
slightly odd because
and then f3 and g4, right?
To get there,
yeah.
All rook endings are probably always winning. Like, I'll just claim that, although I don't really know. Let's say h4 moves. Is there ever a scenario where this is not completely lost?
Well, here rook h3 and we resign. But let's say we have to play rook b4, yeah.
Yeah,
rook g2.
I was fishing for a position like this, which I guess is still winning.
Still winning, yeah.
But I've seen
there are
some positions in my textbooks that win.
Exactly, yeah, but I don't know what they are. Okay?
It's not this.
It has to be immediately a lot more active for black somehow, and white needs to be a lot less coordinated. I guess maybe if the rook is on a8 here, maybe it's a draw, right?
Yeah, then you can at least think about, let's say, this might be a draw.
Okay, maybe here we
I hung the pawn, but even if I don't take it, I mean, this I think is a draw.
Exactly, yeah, some kind of a setup like this with the rook, with the other rook on the fourth, where it can give checks, and the king simply can go to g7. You wait, but obviously,
it's good old Venkura, famous Venkura. You follow this pawn, the king approaches, we move far enough away, we can keep giving checks, and if it ever goes here, we go here. And this is a known draw. I learned it in my 100 endgames course. I've seen this before, but it's easy to forget. Over the board, but of course, black is very, very far from getting this book. Will not go to the corner.
And credit to Jules, he did take quite a lot of time, but he did find what seems to me maybe the absolute only way to continue here. Probably means he saves this now.
Feeling still some adventures to be had. Very good job by Jules. Demchenko is horsing around. Also, he's trying to lose directly.
Yeah, he really is trying to put pieces on squares, which just, rook a6 wins the pawn here.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, he really, really did not put stuff on good squares at all. Yeah, rook a6 just kind of ends the game. If you play knight g8, we can give check, and then trade rooks. And as we've established, once a pair of rooks is gone, the conversion becomes extremely straightforward.
So you just resign after rook a6.
I think you see rook a6 and resign. You don't really torture yourself any further. Yeah, just rook g3 check. Yeah.
No, this is not terrible.
Knight f6. Yeah, I mean you still have to trade the rooks.
Oh,
Knight
okay.
f6. It's completely winning though. Yeah, single knight never falls here like h4 and king g3, and it's just
I'd probably go king g3, right? I guess f3 is winning, but that would give you like knight some more hope, some stability. Still lost.
Yeah, still lost. I feel. So it really only feels like one final precise decision, and the game is just done.
6
Yeah, and really, it feels like Anton just kind of checked out there. He's not really even trying to find ways to prolong this. He's making sort of the first move he sees, which is understandable. Like it's an annoying position to try and not resign in, knowing what we know about how it pretty much always ends.
Svane took on g2, which is natural, but wasn't the computer's favorite torturing device. No. Apparently white is just active enough to bother us. Although
rook e5 you probably lose. You go rook e6. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's logical to pick up one of the connected passers there. Yeah, looks like Jules will save this.
French champion.
Actually, we were. I mean, it was an exciting thing to discuss, but it was also untrue. Jeunesse Esteo did not resign without waiting for the move. That game continued for us.
Stuck like. Yeah, it was a bit surprising. By the way, there's one more game running, which we haven't covered. It's Daniel Darda against Jimmy Jubin, which is a great name. Apparently, the position is equal. Black is pawn up, but white has the bishop potential. A passer.
Yeah, the simplest way to make a draw is, I guess, to trade rooks and create an A passer, and black maybe even has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, I'd be worried.
The knights aren't very good about controlling the corner passers, but you are probably fast enough here. With knight e6, knight c7, and 2 passers on the king side available to us. Yeah, we're not losing.
Okay, so where's the intrigue?
Yeah, this is the intrigue.
Just this?
Yeah, this is the intrigue.
The love.
But it's another one where you're very tempted to say exactly what we said about the Grigoryan Demchenko position, that
the screen says it will turn itself off in 5 minutes, and this time it's not even negotiating. It doesn't say push a button. It's just saying I'm done for today.
Yeah, the screen is giving us very heavy hints about how this stream is going. But what I was trying to say is that it really does feel that you just win with white here, right? Because it's like, as long as you don't blunder something very, very important, I just don't see how black does not lose long term.
Looks winning. Yeah. You slowly push the pawns.
Yeah, you want to attack the A pawns, but you can't, because like if you go knight e5, knight c4, you immediately lose to rook b4. If I play, I don't know, g4 here, you can never go knight c4 because that instantly loses to this. So even in order to attack the pawn on a3, you have to make.
I guess you try to get as much activity here, but feels like white is always finding ways out and can then use the right moment to activate his rook, give the A pawns and win.
It feels one of those positions where you have drawing chances theoretically, but in practical terms, eventually you will be the side who that blunders some tactic and loses.
You mean Safari loses?
Yeah.
Knight g8 played.
Yeah,
never gets old. You got the humor.
The humor. The compendium of German humor.
Wow. Bringing German into. Played knight g8, so resigning. which is not worse.
No, neither worse, no better. It's exactly the same as resigning. I guess the way maybe to continue is to play rook g6 here and pretend we will be taking with the pawn, and this is a big improvement.
Oh, lost to this, I think it's just lost as anything else.
I think it's very lost anyway, yeah. Even 1 against 1 will be completely lost, but you're also not getting 1 against 1 here. Okay, you just get mated faster. You get pushed away from squares and like f3 and then king e5
to hang the rook.
Yeah,
we'll get there eventually.
Yeah, you just always run out of squares.
It's not very complicated, really. Like,
yeah, those conversions aren't very challenging as long as you just don't blunder a rook with check at some point.
Speaking of check, Jules gave a check, so rook f7.
Seems to be less clean, yeah.
Well, it allows us king c5, king b4.
Yeah,
it seems to be a lot less clean.
Yeah.
King c5 plate.
Like once again, the sort of, you know, quote unquote common wisdom of what engine evaluations are in rook endings. I'm guessing this is still a draw with extremely precise defense, but it already starts looking like extremely precise defense might be humanly impossible, judging by some of the decisions it's asking you to
My
make.
general rook endgame theory is also, and I would think that results bear that out, that the stronger side usually wins, especially with lower type control. Is rook endgames are draws. First of all, it's not true, but secondly, I think in practice it really doesn't apply, because being the attacker is so much easier if you have an advantage than being the defender. So in all these rapid world-class events, whenever there's a rook endgame, even if it's drawn, like I think the stronger side.
Yeah, people lose all kinds of positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even extremely strong players have, you know, famously like how beat Magnus in a 4-against-3. It wasn't the classical 4-against-3. It's a bit more difficult to hold, but you would still maybe expect to hold it.
No, especially in position where one side is an extra pawn.
Yeah.
TV's still running. 3 rook g5.
Yeah. Is f4 in any way a throw?
I like it. You want h4.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you try rook g6, but it really doesn't change anything at all.
Just bring the king.
Yeah.
It's child's play. f4. I would have been reluctant about f4 because of squares.
Yeah, it's
also bad. Looks bad.
It looks like a very strange
move.
decision. Yeah. Looks like a move I would be extremely reluctant to make. Yeah, I don't know why
here king f3.
But even here, suddenly after knight
coming,
h5, you're
sitting now.
you're suddenly not moving much.
This is
Much of anything.
choice.
Yeah. Well, neither of them is very fresh. So it's been a long and difficult game.
Yeah, no, I just think the hand plays.
Yeah,
f3.
yeah, 3
all the
g4.
time, no,
Yeah,
f3 g4. Build a pawn chain.
Yeah, absolutely on board with this. Yeah. On the other hand, like if knight h5 is specifically the only thing there that is a problem, maybe you can like, is knight d5 just as well, or
this guy's
yeah? But now after d3 we start pushing the h pawn. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean knight h5 is missing. You have to say knight h5 is missing.
Let's see here. This is on the board. Grigory also not very confused about.
No,
we should take.
No.
He had this rook versus knight against Niemann the other day. That was a dead draw, was it?
Yeah, that was.
This is a somewhat better version.
Yeah, second day in a row, but this is an improvement. Yeah, first of all, equal number of pawns, and also everything is a touch more active. But equal number of pawns probably the most telling factor here compared to that endgame.
What happened to guests, by the way? We're out of guests.
Yeah, nobody really wants to talk to us anymore. We have scared all the guests away.
All the bridges.
Yes.
So what are we doing tonight?
Are you still trying to get me not to be a sad loner.
No.
Good.
So, Hearthstone cricket watching is it?
No, cricket is done for the day. Hearthstone will also be done for the day when we're over with this. I actually have absolutely no logical reason to decline any kind of an invitation. I will still search valiantly for something that I can invent, but I might fail. This is a problem now, right? Because if the queens come off, you really don't fancy this for black. I think if the queens come off, you just straight up lost. So you, oops, if you go all the way back to b7, yeah, this is also not
Doesn't
great.
lose directly, but
yeah, this is also
you're very
not
much
great.
back in the cage.
Yeah, so I guess Adiban had this one specific option there to go a5 and to get rid of the bishop pair, and instead he made kind of a normal looking move, just continuing to shuffle, and the opportunity was never given to him again. Really nicely played game by Abdimalik.
It is, but the structure is also so established, in particular this pawn grip that Adiban asked for it really very early on today when he went for this. It's very, very hard to change the nature of play once you've gone here.
Yeah, it still is always somewhat interesting when somebody extremely young just does all the right things.
No, yes,
in these technical
I'm not sure
positions.
these are like the best moves by the computer, but it's very much the typical setup. Bishop d2, you bring the other bishop back, you go f4, and then
he's
start
not that young.
improving.
Yeah, we've already googled that. He is 20, so he is obviously a reasonably experienced player, and he's playing a very solid game. And I sort of agree with your point that people by this point kind of know how it's done, but you still have to do it. It still requires precision and good technique.
Chenko,
yeah,
wondering when is the time to call it a day. Weird game.
Yeah. The best time to call it a day was after you blundered rook c3. The second best time is now. That's the quote goes.
But we might still have an hour watching Eltash, thinking.
Some very heavy duty thinking going on here. And I mean, the hand wants to play knight f6, I assume. But if you don't see knight h5, maybe you don't do it, because then king f3 and next move is g4, and you can play. Let's try something. Let's play knight f6, king f3. I don't know. Let's say king g7 or g6. I don't know. And now g4, knight g5. But I guess this actually doesn't throw white very much off. It looks like we've made white commit to something which gives us targets, but
rook d3 was wrong.
Yeah, apparently rook d3 is a mistake. Yeah,
Rook
d3 is much stronger. But why? Why is this so much stronger? I guess we want rook f3 and g5. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Not gonna argue with the machine.
Interesting. It has now switched to even going king g6 and also saying it's very difficult to convert. So king 6, king f3, what does it do then? Is it just going like king h5 or something?
Yep.
So it just basically wants to put something on h5, and it is extremely happy with itself once it achieves that.
The rook can't really move. Good luck pushing. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
It does make a very good sense, yeah. So Tash even has options.
Oh, f4 is just strange.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to explain this choice over all the other choices.
Chenko decided h5 was the way. Put up some resistance.
Yeah, and then get the knight to f7 and 10, but yeah, there's not going to be Very
Or
much
was
successful.
pretending.
Very much successful pretending here. Even at 4 is just completely winning, I guess.
Time we switch to direct operations.
Well, at h6, you have to calculate, but you still win, right? Like, oh, it's very simple. You just go king g5 there. Right?
As much calculation
Yeah, right.
required.
And rook b2, yeah, it's just not difficult. Yeah, none of this is really very, very tricky at all.
King f4, knight h6 is on the board.
Mm.
No, you will think for a second about how to do this, but you always win. You can't really go wrong. You don't. King g5 resigns, so you have to try to sit like this. g5 doesn't save you. I mean, with white, you think about, do I want to allow this or not? But nothing really saves the day.
Yeah, the h pawn just falls very quickly, and then you, yeah, it's just. By this point, it really is completely winning by hand.
So I can do this.
Could even go f5, yeah. Nothing really spoils the conversion here too much.
Adiban still trying to mix it.
That's what happened.
This is on the board. Hoping for this. Apparently king f3 is completely winning, but is that an easy decision? And why is this so winning? Probably because he's a piece up.
Yeah. You get the queen to f3, and then the checks just run out. You put the queen to f3, king on h3, and suddenly there are no more checks. I don't know how suddenly even. Take the canonic.
What else can we do? Is this bad? Yeah, this is bad. There's some ways to mess this up.
Actually very nicely spotted by Adiban, because he correctly assessed the position with the queens off and just gave up a full piece not to play those very easily easily convertible technical positions. So king f3, but everything else might be a draw. Is knight e2 a draw? Queen e4 check. Yeah, it just is a draw suddenly. Yeah. Things become way too active. So it might be specifically the one move. It's a findable move, I think. Yeah. And now to stabilize. Play queen e1 though.
Queen e1, I also tried, but then knight f4.
Yeah, this is a draw now.
Fools.
Very nice swindle by Adiban.
Here we don't get checkmated.
Yeah. White obviously has a perpetual, but queen f3 is such a strong threat that you don't have anything better. Whoa, very, very nicely spotted by the beast.
Come back. El Tash smells something's wrong about f4, but he doesn't move. Maybe it's correct, maybe he feels this is the moment to calculate or figure out as much as he can, and if he embarks on the correct setup. I like this. This may look very common sense once you see it. Then he can start speeding up. Yeah, white just is not making progress.
Yeah, you will actually probably have to punt something on. Actually, it has to be king h6 for some reason. Yeah. So you'll have to basically punt the entire queen side and then try to push. Yeah, like rook b3, rook a2, and something. But this is such a massive improvement. Because white hasn't really made very much progress in there. No a pawns left. Yeah, in terms of other results, I'm trying to look through the games. Isipenko won, Tabatabai won, and a group of people on 4 points. But Mainly there are draws, yeah. Like there's not a lot of decisive games in a group on 4 out of 5. So we will have Alexeyenko on 6. Extremely likely we will have Karen Grigoryan on 5.5 and playing against Kirill tomorrow. I'm guessing with the white pieces, because Kirill as a higher rated player changes the color. And then there will be some people on 5 out of 6, but not as many as would have been expected.
I told you, segment where Peter would try to figure out who's a point behind. We're
Very
still
important.
waiting. Hope was worth it.
Very important. Must know. Yeah, queen d3, I think, is a makeable note here. Yeah.
You have to queens or hanging it.
No, I mean, queen takes a2 exists, but it allows bishop d2, and there's no way you're allowing bishop d2 here. Yeah, it's just no way. So yeah, pretty sure Adiban goes queen d3, and after queen d3, there's really, like, shockingly, there's no way to stop queen f3. And yeah, I don't think it just optically doesn't really look very dangerous for black anymore.
No, he gets away with it. How will he ever learn if he keeps getting away with it?
After queen e8, queen e7, can we go like? Okay, we've lost with white now.
Don't lose, sir.
So we have
to be careful.
No, I saw what the engine was saying, but it's just impossible. No, it goes king g7, knight h5, knight f5. Okay. Thought it was going knight h5. Knight f5 is possible. Okay.
Here we're winning.
So here you have to go king g8 and the bishop e6. We take, I guess, and we're okay. Yeah, we take because we're still threatening mate on the other side of the board, so we're completely safe here. Okay.
Black win is still in play.
Apparently it is, yeah. But I think you never play queen. Like, you realize after king h8 you will run out of checks. So I think it's even on a minute. I think you don't make that.
Eltash is getting ready to make a move. He goes knight c5. It's obviously a candidate move. It felt less natural than.
Supposedly it doesn't spoil very much, but
it's fine, but with the idea of return to the side.
Yeah.
This looks normal. F4 is such a strange move. Why give them?
Yeah, I think rook e3. I think rook e3, rook c4 is what happened there. Black rook is definitely on c4 on our screen. I don't know where the white rook went. Maybe it went to b5, but that's a weird square.
Once again, you might be losing too much time chasing these pawns. We don't keep them all in check. This you probably lose.
Yeah, this suddenly starts looking like you're gone.
Board a bit ahead of us once again. Grigoryan taking his time.
Yeah, this is actually completely over now because you have to. You have to allow king f6, and once the king lands on f6, the game is really not very long for this world. Yeah, nicely converted, but yeah, not very difficult. King h7, king g5, and then a check from h7 is pretty good. Rook a6, I guess. Rook a6, get the knight away from the checking squares, and then play king g5. One of those where you start making stupid statements like "I will win this in my sleep" or some other disrespectful.
When you say that, I know you're a big trash talker over the board, but
it's implied to you. Yeah, I think you probably are. At least you're expected to wait until the game is over to drive the point further home by establishing that you would have won it in your sleep.
And it could sleep.
Yeah, that is a drawback to that plan.
Can't win anything in my sleep. It's like this board froze again. I will use it as an excuse to end the show. But we want to know now how this concludes. We must find out.
Yeah, the big question is, it's not really such a big question. Like if you play king h2 here, do you lose to something like bishop e5, or do you still have a draw?
That is the big question.
Yeah, you've lost the bishop.
You lose.
Yeah, you lose the bishop e5 because then you no longer have any of those perpetuals. Yeah.
The door.
Yeah,
What happened?
the bishop on d7 doesn't look like a very powerful extra piece in a position like this. So yeah, it's not a shocker that you get mated. So yeah, it's time to actually cash in the perpetual with queen e8, knight f5, which I think he will do, but he will feel very aggrieved, I guess, that he let such a big fish go.
These things happen. Hard to keep control all the way. Adibam, to his credit, after being tortured for like 4 hours, he was still very awake when swindling chance came up. And I'm not sure if he saw he's in trouble after king f3, but even then it took a calculated gamble. Good job by him. Acclaimed Chessable author with his b3 and e4 course. Also, did you know that Adibam's mom is called Leela?
I was not aware of that. No,
Go.
it's very important knowledge. How could he not be a chess player with a mom like that? Yeah, and there we go. Queen e8, king g7 played, and just don't give a check on a7. That would be unnecessary. Much as we like Adibam, I think draw is...
White deserves a draw.
Yeah, like draw feels like a fairer result here than a black victory.
Not happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet, yeah. But he has 13 minutes, so you would expect him to figure it out.
Or knight h5 is probably just as good.
Yeah.
Svidler.
Knight h5, queen h5, and somehow
I'll give mate.
Where's the queen h6? Okay. So it has to be gh and then the same perpetual.
Same.
I'm guessing that h5 is the most stylish solution, so you go for that if you actually
choice. For a chance to go wrong, but you might also be tired and think, ugh, why did I mess this up? This is a draw.
Jules' game has kind of sharpened up significantly, but probably to a draw, right? Yeah.
He kind of gets to take this. That's probably good news.
Yeah, you can start with rook b5 actually, and then take whatever is being offered to him, whatever the king.
And then I can keep my guy here.
Well, but you will lose the b7 pawn, and White will have his own runners. Yeah, I don't know. This is maybe not so obvious. Like it goes like c4 here, and like you need to see that move exists. Yeah, rook 6 is simpler. Yeah, rook 6 is simpler. If I had to guess, I would say that probably any capture here makes a draw, including rook takes b7. But I think rook 6 is the one that you choose. I think I'm okay. This maybe I will lose. Yeah. Okay. Sort of.
Okay. Abdisalimov draws a draw.
Move.
We get to feed. Demchenko very determined to continue this game.
Yeah, he
at this point
likes playing this position for some reason.
There will be blood.
There will be blood. After how long, like while we're watching this, when would you start getting worried for White here? Like after neither knight f5 nor knight h5 being played for, I don't know, 7 minutes of the remaining 10?
I think I get worried until neither of them is being played. You can play it with 30 seconds and spend the time trying to figure it out. So.
Yeah, I'm inventing a storyline here, to be honest. Yeah, I don't believe that myself. Jules did take on b5, by the way. So after
playing for a win.
Well, preserving some intrigue, I guess. I don't think after king c6. King 6 we take on g6 then, right? With pick up, we don't take on e5. Yeah. So you kind of have to play king e6. And then apparently both c4 and e4 are completely fine. How poor of a move is rook takes b7 though? Like if I take on b7, allow rook a4, have I already lost or? Yeah, I have lost. Okay. Okay, so there's definitely a price on that move.
Yeah, none of this is obvious to me at all, but e4 looks nice because we're threatening check. Okay. Right, this would be a draw and the other dead lost.
Yeah.
It comes down to counting, which computers are pretty good at as usual. Or h4. Yeah, white is counting.
Yeah, we get the pawn to a7 and apparently it's fast enough, but yeah, it's
I'm even good.
Yeah, she managed to lose this, but yeah, somehow. So this is why Jules is dangling that carrot.
So he has calculated every line to its exact evaluation.
Absolutely.
Spotted.
He is very good at chess, as is
doubt.
as is well established
chess. Can't calculate everything. Okay, I'm starting to get worried. Like once it's below 7 minutes.
We got a fresher position in UNG Safari, which apparently is now completely winning for white.
Oh, moves came. These were not good moves.
No.
Safari.
No.
Once advanced. Bad things will happen.
Yeah, and in a way, it's kind of similar to how the Grigoryan Demchenko position is converted. Like the knight currently is capable of giving checks to the king on g5. So you continue. I think rook a4 is kind of good.
Yeah.
Just trying to get it to a poorer square, and like if you go knight e6, suddenly king f5 is probably just completely winning, because once there are no checks, you just start pushing, and it's just
the knight has to go into the wilderness by itself.
Yeah.
Struggles returning.
So in a way it's similar, and also you just like clearly white made a tremendous amount of progress here. The pawns are now supported by the king. The a pawn is still alive, importantly. So
the rook is active while keeping an eye on the a pawn. No, just winning.
This in the meantime is
why does still completely winning, but he doesn't seem to be in any hurry to.
Yeah, I probably play king f7 here.
I probably play king f6.
Yeah, king f7 played. Now after knight f5, we just take on f5 and go f4 and enjoy ourselves immensely. Yeah, somewhere around here, I think is really unnecessary to continue.
Well, we've been saying that for half an hour.
We haven't been wrong.
Oh, we're missing all the action here.
Yeah, this was just a grid drawn without making any kind of a move, which is an interesting.
What is this?
Yeah, just says
suddenly offer a draw, like
just says draw
because of the obvious perpetuals.
Yeah, I guess.
And too good.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Why would you?
Also,
figure out you're not losing anywhere, and
also true. Yeah,
at least check the opponent chooses to. Start at one in the meantime.
Yeah. So as we
queen
kind of warned the viewers, the a pawn is massive threat.
A pawn's evil.
Yeah, you just go king b7 here, and then you shuffle between f1 and h3 while black desperately tries giving away all the pawns to avoid the Zugzwang.
Yeah, so will take a while, but eventually we've taken them. And then it's Zugzwang, the knight come to So
How did that happen? After on move 43, instead of the immediate rook a8, Darda made a good decision of playing. Yeah, and already here you have to be.
G7 was wrong, apparently.
This is +6. Yeah, king e3 +6. Because yeah, the knight is so far away that you just very instructive actually, just how poor the knight is and how well Daniel managed not to allow it to get anywhere near to the pawn. So yeah, a bit of a fortunate victory there for Daniel Darda, but he continued asking questions and eventually one question stuck. Yeah,
the fight is still full swing. Knight 4 G5
or G3 or frankly
G3 maybe is more classy. Anything could happen still.
So very open question as to whether white wins this position at all. You could still blunder full rook. Here, Byung-Gi kind of ran into a bit of a wall because you would like to continue pushing, but if you go king g5 again, I guess knight f3 check is a bit awkward.
Still some cunning required.
Yeah.
How stupid is this? Very stupid. Look at 2.
Yeah,
we pushed too early.
Yeah, we actually gave a target, even though like all of these moves are still difficult to find. And probably you still win, but doesn't look like it's a cleanest solution.
Okay. Karen.
Yeah. He wants to be extra careful, I guess. Yeah, this is not horrible either. I don't think it will be criticized very, very sharply if this is the choice.
When rook g3.
Yeah.
Stay classy.
Yeah. A man of culture. And now rook g5. Where do you go here? To e6 or f6? E6. Okay.
Made it.
We absolutely did, yeah.
Still not.
Yeah, we have to make an only move there,
sure.
yeah, and we'll have to make one more only move to win this position, which is, very touching, though, very missable.
The thing is, you need to occupy one of the key squares here because of the opposition. Black is in Gustafsson.
Yeah, if one
black to move this was with white to move, this would be a draw.
Yes. So this would be a very useful situation where you could say check, but it's unfortunately not allowed. It's honestly a little bit surprising how Anton approached this endgame, because like he spent absolutely no time thinking when, conceivably you could maybe have some drawing chance. Like, he finally resigned. That speech was finally enough to get that off our screens. Yeah, but yeah, with the rook still on, he spent about 30 seconds allowing the rook trade, and then defended this absolutely visibly, utterly hopeless endgame for another half an hour.
Yeah, that leaves us with literally one game. It's the big clash between Yu Yang-Yi, the top seed in this tournament. Yu Yang-Yi from China playing against Eltash Safarli from Azerbaijan. Yu Yang-Yi will normally win this, but he still has a bit of work to do.
Yeah, the curious thing is
we can push up on.
No, but the interesting thing that Machin points out is that you can actually give up on g3 now and play king g5 and just go for the mating attack, check on a7, king g8, king g6. You have to play king f8 and then h6, h7 just wins. I don't know if very many people actually do this in a practical game, but it does. It does.
You could be one of those people.
Yeah. Direct. It has 11 minutes. I think he can take, I don't know, 5 of them to make sure this wins, because obviously if king g5 cannot be met by knight takes g3, the position immediately becomes very, very trivially winning. You just continue pushing, you just resign, So the only thing you need to calculate is knight g3, and that's a very, very direct calculation. Check, king h8, king h6 is actual mate, because you can't get the rook to return and interpose. So you have to play king g6, king g8, king g6, king f8 once again, only move, h6. And here you check something like rook g2, h7, and then some kind of a discovered check, and you realize there are no good squares. King f5, and then king, I guess. Well, you have to find some squares, but they're not very difficult. So yeah, it's definitely findable.
What do you want to do? Shall we stick around? This might be close to the finish line. Might not be.
You're always the shot caller on this. I defer to your infinite wisdom.
Okay. My call shot is that you stick around and I'll be right back.
That works for me. House. Yeah, apart from king g5, you can obviously win. I suspect even something like king h4 is winning quite comfortably. Just preparing, although the variation dropped quite significantly, but it is still, very, very much within the margins. Just trying to play g3, g4 and win slower, but without giving up any of our extra material. So yeah, it's not like king g5 is the only way to convert here, but it is the most direct because, as mentioned, like the threats are so strong that, like, let's say if you have to play rook c2 here not to get mated, we will just play, I don't know, check and then g4 or the immediate g4. Any checks from the side will be met by a 4 or 5, and yeah, this just looks completely and utterly hopeless. Yeah, still don't know if playing king g5 here is the most sort of human way of winning, but it could be. I do think that it's extremely unlikely and it doesn't win this position, though. In other news, if there are, and king g5 has actually been played, which is, I'm very impressed with how, people just convert these things very, very cleanly. So now the entire thing will get blitzed out. Like the line is completely forced. You can't really deviate at any point. You go rook a7, you can't really play king g8. Sorry, you can't really play king h8. So yeah, the whole thing up to h6 will get blitzed out. And after h6, Eltaj will think for a while because, I mean, why wouldn't he? But there is no hope. Nicely done by Yuyangi, which means that he will be one of those people on 5 points. Let me try and see if we can figure out how many there will be of those magical people on 5 points. Morally Kartikeyan, after losing to Kirill Alexeyenko, will be on 5 points. Both Hans Niemann and Manuel Petrosyan are on 5. Karen Grigoryan will be on 5.5. So we have Alexeyenko in clear first, Karen Grigoryan in clear second. Then we have Kartikeyan and the 2 people who drew on board 2. That's 3 people on 5 out of 6. Yuyangi will be on 5 out of 6. Ting Jingao on 5 out of 6, that's 5. Andrei Yesipenko 6. Amin Tabatabai 7. I think the all-Indian clash there ended in a draw. I think most of those games actually ended in a draw. So that might be the entire list. It might be a 7-way tie. So that's from 3rd to 9th on 5 out of 6. Tomorrow is the rest day, as is well established. There will be a blitz tournament. I don't know exactly when it starts. I'm considering playing in it. I'm not sure if Jan will play. He used to be an absolute blitz monster in the old ICC days, but that was some time ago, and I'm not sure how he feels about flexing those muscles these days. And obviously the reason for the rest day is a very respectable one. The organizers realized that people do not want to miss the World Cup finals, so there probably will be some kind of a watch party here downstairs. There are some very passionate Argentina supporters among the crew who produces this show, which means that we might be contractually obliged to support Latin America in the final. I don't know how we will manage. There's also a conference by Ivanchuk at 10:30 tomorrow, says one of our moderators, which probably, I assume every single conference here gets broadcast, or at the very least gets recorded so that the video will be available later. And I very, very sincerely suggest that if you are up at 10:30 in the morning, you should watch. Like, watching Vasily Ivanchuk speak about chess is, if you're at all interested in the game, is not to be missed. You really, really should be using every opportunity to listen to Vasil talk about chess. He is an unbelievable, fount of knowledge, and he loves the game like very, very few other people. I've been
talking about it.
Yes, I did mention that you were in your youth, which is like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You were a fabled Demon Blitz player, and you might want to play in the Blitz tournament tomorrow, or you might not.
I might not.
I made no promises.
Busy. Gotta finish that Chessable course. Gotta watch Argentina crush France, breaking Laurent Fressine's heart. A lot of stuff to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Yuangi did play all of this out, and Eltaj is now down to a minute trying to find some kind of a magical solution, but it doesn't exist. So
he's good. Although f4 was a strange move.
It was a bit of a strange
raw
choice.
calculation can't stop you.
Yeah, he's pretty good at this chess lark. Yeah. So yeah, this is now pretty soon is going to be the end of stream. No stream tomorrow. People are asking if the Blitz tournament will be broadcast live. I do not know.
Millions of people will be disappointed, but I don't know either. Not by us. The games might be online somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, and on the topic of conferences, apparently there's also a conference by his truly on Tuesday.
I still don't know what a conference is, but I'm supposed to do something at Tuesday. An ungodly hour, like 11:30.
Yeah, exactly that ungodly hour.
94 played. I've seen this.
Yeah.
But Yu Yangyi has figured this out, not surprisingly. Does not hesitate. The end is near. The rook endgame after rook h2 is not particularly tempting.
Yeah, could also be a pawn ending if we quite wanted. Yeah, I guess you go knight g3, but even after that, I'm assuming most moves actually win.
Yeah, king f6, 94, king e5 doesn't.
And Eltaj is also not really, doesn't have a lot of time, so
wouldn't help either. Can give him 5 hours.
Wait, what, says WM Hendricks? Did he play king f5? Yeah, he did play king f5, but not in the position that perhaps you thought. He is completely winning here. Yeah. Somewhat, I mean, I want to say somewhat bizarre round, but no, not really. It's just the Demchenko game was in parts very difficult to understand. But apart from that, an interesting hard-fought round with still, somebody on 100% of the 6 rounds, which is
2 top favorites winning with white, Alexeyenko and Yu Yangyi. And Sneeman conceded a draw, but he stays within striking distance. And Jordan, another of the top favorites, lost with the black pieces. Jules saved his game eventually. Yeah?
I think so.
Yep. Draw agreed here.
Just draw agreed after
king
king c6.
I feel like pushing his luck any further.
Yep. I'm guessing Jordan's loss is probably the biggest upset we've had in the tournament so far.
And they're done after knight g3, king f6. Say. No point in being shown this. So knight h5.
Yeah, king e5 and then run
e5.
towards any squares, yeah.
Some more spy checks if you feel like. But the h pawn does the job by himself.
Yep. So this concludes the round. Alexeyenko is on 6 out of 6. Karen Grigoryan is on 5.5. Then I think there's 7 people on 5 out of 6. Tomorrow is the Blitz day, and then the World Cup Finals day, and then we have the 4 remaining rounds of the tournament starting from Monday. Thanks for our lovely viewers for sticking with us through thick but mainly thin, frankly. And we'll be back on Monday.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of Blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!